We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love.
The chief whip of the opposition has just informed me that Ms. McDonald and Mr. Mahipur will now not be speaking on this motion. And I now would like to call on the honorable member, the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs.
Sir, may I ask for either a few minutes from Minister Nandlal, who I understand is in the washroom, or if Your Honor wants to proceed to the other person.
You may, but don't let us assign where he is as an excuse because, yes, we'll wait a few minutes, honorable members. We still have a long night to go, and as I mentioned.
Thank you, sir, and I thank my colleagues on the other side for the indulgence.
And I just want to reiterate, the bell is warnings to get back to the assembly, to get a quorum. While we do have persons online, which constituted the quorum now,
it's
we
an
have to be
unreserved apology, sir. No buts. But I will say that washroom calls and calls of nature wouldn't really respect a bell. But it is an unreserved apology being offered right now on his behalf, and he's coming through the door. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he was under that constraint. Honorable Attorney General, we have 2 withdrawals, and so
Yes.
it is your turn to make your contribution to this debate.
Thank you very much, sir. Permit me to apologize for the delay. Sir, the motion before the House is a very simple and straightforward motion. And I have no doubt, sir, that it is grounded in good sense, and I would say in some degree of nobility. And we on this side do not have a fundamental objection in principle to the terms of the motion. But a lot of statements have been made about the motion itself that I believe should be addressed. And a lot of statements have been made outside of the scope of the motion, which are on the record now. And I believe that it would behoove me to traverse those statements as well. I want to begin, sir, by recognizing that the sponsor of the motion herself accepts in the language of the motion that the motion does not express a truism. It says that there have been consistent reports from new public servants that they were informed that they must wait 3 months before they receive their salary. So there is a number of suppositions inherent in that statement. So I listened to my friend, for example, the Honorable Member Finance, and the Honorable Member asserted factually that this is the situation. In reality, the motion itself doesn't say so. The motion says that information has been received and reports have been consistent in relation to that information, that it takes 3 months. Now, I know of cases that it took 3 months for persons to get paid. So I don't doubt the veracity, but I just want to state for the record that it is not a fact that persons take 3 months to be paid in the public service. I heard it said repeatedly that it is a policy. I want to reject that forcefully. If you check the speech of the Honorable Member who last spoke, repeatedly she spoke of a policy. There is no such policy, at least not in this government. The mover of the motion also, to her credit, admitted that this situation about which the motion speaks existed across governments. And as so far as it is real, you on that side of the house must accept responsibility for being in government for 5 years from 2015 and 2020 to 2020 and not fixing this problem. You didn't fix the problem. And the mover of the motion, as I said to her credit, has recognized that. And as my honorable colleague is reminding me, it's not that she was not positioned to change it. We heard about how quickly things can get done in the government and how things are being done in the government. Take, for example, you got into government on May the 15th, 2015, you took about a week to be sworn in, and you took another week to be assigned your responsibilities and to establish your bureaucratic structure. And after the expiration of 1 month, you raise your salary by 100%. 100%. So, Mr. Speaker, the point I am making is that the mover of the motion, though belatedly was appointed a minister, spent at least 2 years, 1 year, 1 year in the ministry, and that is a long enough time for her to have corrected this situation. And then she obviously replaced a minister who was there 4 years prior. And again, that is a long enough time to correct the problem. Now, I also want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that there are many, many persons working in the public sector who join the public sector and are paid within 1 month. There are many, many thousands of persons who are working in the public sector and they are paid within 1 month or the month for which they work. Across the public sector. I would tell you the Deeds and Commercial Registry Authority is an agency within the public sector. And if you go and work there from July the 1st, by July the 31st, you will be paid. I can tell you that. I have ministerial responsibility for that agency. The point I want to make is that you cannot use one brush and paint the entire public sector. And I say so not denying the fact that there is a delay of the type that your motion describes. But all I am saying is that we must put the public record, we must set the public record accurately. And don't give the impression that it is across the public domain that at every single agency that it takes more than 1 month to process a person's payment. Now let us deal with the issue of the delay. Now, there are many reasons why there is a delay, and permit me to say, and I have no doubt my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Finance, when he speaks, will address it more elaborately, that efforts are being made long before you put this motion on this motion paper. Efforts are being made and were being made to rectify this very situation. Because many of us in government are aware of this reality. So it's not a case of Christopher Columbus. We on this side are working on rectifying the situation long before the motion. And that is the reason why we can say positively to you that it would be impossible to bind oneself to a month period as you are suggested. We are asking for an amendment here. We are proposing an amendment to put reasonable time. Obviously, that means less than 3 months. But to bind ourselves to a 1 month time frame in a public sector machinery is not healthy at this point in time. And there are many, many reasons why. It has to do with, for example, the process of an application. The application goes to the Public Service Ministry. Then the Public Service Ministry, in accordance with law, depending upon the status, would have to forward that to the Public Service Commission. The Public Service Commission is an autonomous body that regulates its own process and procedure, and that is the commission that is vested with the responsibility and authority to approve the appointments. That takes a time. When that approval is granted, then that approval has to be sent back to the Public Service Ministry. Then that letter has to be sent by the Public Service Ministry to the particular agency where the person is applying for the job. Then that agency has to put that data into their financial system and then send that record to the Ministry of Finance. That is a process. And no matter how much you try to abbreviate that process, it is a process that has the different and disparate steps to which I have made reference. And I don't know how you can condense that within 1 month. Now, here is the problem. Many persons take the liberty, and the persons who are complaining, they are complicit in this, and of course they do it. They do it because they want a job. So a PS or a minister will say, start, and we have begun your process. And therein lies one of the difficulties. Therein lies one of the difficulties. So you end up working while your application is being processed. Now, it should have been the other way around. You should not have been allowed to work until you get a formal letter of appointment. But the very persons who turn around to complain about the length of time, they themselves contribute significantly to the process by turning on to work because they want to work, and I don't fault them. But at the same time, they must appreciate that they are turning on to work without being hired. That is the truth. That is the truth. What is that? Reasonable would depend upon the circumstances, and you are a lawyer. You must know what is reasonableness. Reasonable means that from the time we know that 3 months is unreasonable. You accept that? So we start from that logic. 3 months is unacceptable. So it's less than 3 months. I have just outlined to you a process that it's very difficult to curtail or control, and that is why to bind oneself to a 1 month period would be a difficulty. Now the system can work perfectly if the person, when he or she applies, is told, stay home, we will reply to you. Now, once that happens, there is no delay. If the system takes 6 months to process it, there is no delay. You're not going to work for 6 months. But a lot of people do not want that. And when we come here, we mustn't come here blinded to reality. We must recognize what the reality is. And you ought to be fresh out of government. So you ought to understand how the governmental system works. There's another scenario that you must address your mind to. It is this. Many public servants, as the Honorable Minister explains in her presentation, are employed by contract. They may even be in a permanent establishment, or they may not be. But they have contracts of service or services. Those contracts have a renewal clause that allows for the renewal of the contract, but with a conditionality that there must be a 3 months notice given if there is an intent to renew. Now, that renewal clause and that notice provision is observed more in the breach. So the person waits until the 3 months is about to expire and then makes an application for a renewal. By that time, there is an accounting machinery that will remove her name from the system, including the payroll. Once that contract expires and it is not accompanied within the contractual stipulated time with a notice of renewal. And that is another reality. And that renewal also takes a process. It is not that you will serve a notice to your head or supervisor, and that automatically means that your contract is going to be renewed. You don't have a guarantee right to a renewal. So you are requesting a renewal, and it is open for that request to be rejected. But quite apart from that eventuality, you have to deal with the process. That contract now has to travel the road, because approval, the power of approval may not lie in your immediate supervisor. It may not even lie in your permanent secretary's hands. It may lie at the Public Service Commission. It may lie at the Public Service Ministry. And that's another process that is triggered. And if you are off the payroll, by the time they get you back on, months elapse. That is another factual reality that you ought to address your mind to. Government is a complex thing. You hold us, as you should, rigidly to a standard of transparency and accountability. And we wish to withstand that and to comply with those standards. But those things, they consume time. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, while, as I said, we recognize that the motion addresses a problem, we must also be realistic. We must be realistic and pragmatic if we want to conscientiously address the problem that the motion has raised. And that is why we are making the proposal of an amendment into the resolve clause to give us some degree of timeous elasticity, to give us some time rather than bind us to a time frame that the machinery itself may not be able to comply with. So, Mr. Speaker, that is what I would like to say on the motion, but a lot more have been said, because some aggrieved party whose motion was disallowed by Your Honor has chosen this motion as the platform to prosecute the disallowed motion, and therefore has used this motion as a basis to speak about all matters under the sun, including cost of living and everything else that we have heard of. And it is not a matter of importance, it's a matter of relevance. But, Mr. Speaker, the train has gone off the track, and I am on the train. So I am going to the destination where the train is going. So, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable AG, I'm just listening. You said the train off the track, meaning that somehow the speaker allowed this thing to go off the track.
well,
I saw a lot of relevance between the two issues, because if I can't get paid in a timely manner, I got serious consequence.
I did note Your Honor's absence from the chair for a conspicuous period of time.
Absence doesn't really mean absence. Absence physically, present virtually.
So, sir, we were regaled here about cost of living increases and about the plight of the ordinary man from my honorable colleagues on the other side, and many speakers on our side would have given reasons why we are in this social, economic situation. We all know what is happening in the global environment and the external factors over which we have no control that are determining certain realities in our country. So, for example, in 2019, when my friends were in government, one container from China used to cost 4,000 US to arrive in Guyana. Freight. Now, I just took a container off the wharf yesterday. It's 18,000 US. 18,000 US. Yes, I always do well. 18,000 US. And that's just freight charges. I am not speaking 18,000 US is about how much? 3 million? How much? $3.6 million from 800,000. That is how freight charges alone. And we have adjusted the regulations and the laws and the customs to allow for calculation of duties and excise taxes that do not take into account that increase in freight. So that increase by a tax measure is not being allowed to pass on to the consumer. But you live in a free business environment. We have removed completely all taxes from gasoline and diesel and kerosene. And let us go, when my honorable members on that side speak, I think my friend Minister Hamilton spoke to it. And I think Minister Indar also spoke to it. You really get an impression, honestly, you have a gift. I must give it to you. You have a gift of coming here or over there and make a presentation that is so convincing, as though you just dropped from planet Mercury. You are not here in Guyana. Moreover, you are not in government from 2015 to 2020. And while you are in government, you imposed on the very poor people that we hear you vanguarding about here tonight. The very poor people, you dropped 200 taxes on their backs. 200 taxes on their backs. VAT on electricity, VAT on water, VAT on medical supplies, VAT on educational supplies, VAT on the donkey cart man, VAT on the death announcement man, right across every single license fees were increased by 100 and 200%. You went to the state lands, and you raised the state land rents and rates by 1,500%. Those people are poor people. You went to West Coast Berbice and on the quarantine coast, you sent tax officers to calculate the people bygone in their backyard so that you can tax them. You didn't know that? You didn't know how poor those people were then? You didn't know that? You sent home 1,900 Amerindians. 1,900 Amerindians. CSOs, 1,900, one swipe. You didn't know that they were poor. You didn't have an appreciation of what you were doing to the Amerindian economy. One morning, you sent home 1,800 workers from Wales Estate. Then 2 months after, you sent home another 4,000 from Gaisuku. You didn't understand how poor people were? You didn't understand that? You sent home thousands out of the public service because you believed that they were supportive of the PVP. You didn't know how poor they were. You got your Ministry of Housing to attempt to seize coal homes from single mothers. That is what you did. I had to go to court and get court orders against it. You took away the lands from poor rice farmers, some of them who voted for you so that you can give your party group chairman in West Coast Berbice. You didn't know those people were poor? You didn't know those people were poor? So, Mr. Speaker, when they come here and they try to play to the emotions of the Guyanese people, you must understand, as you said in your presentation, that the Guyanese people are not fools. They voted you out. They voted out. All of you. They voted you out because they knew what you are doing to them, what you are using. The business community knew what you are using SOKU to do, and what you are using the GRA to do, and what you are using the gaming authority to do, to extract money from them for corrupt purposes. I am a
Honorable-
lawyer. I have all
Honorable
those
AG,
information.
Your time is up, but I could allow you 5 minutes to continue if someone makes that motion.
Your Honor, asking kindly that the Honorable Attorney General be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable.
Yeah. So,
Minister
Mr.
Manichan. Go
Speaker,
ahead, PhD.
it is this government that reversed those 200 measures. And today we have VAT-free water, VAT-free electricity, VAT-free medical supply, VAT-free education, cash grant, and all the other grants that my honorable member Zulfikar Mustafa spoke about. So when the honorable member Amanda Desir can come here after eating the duck curry and the coconut choker and the dal, and then come here and try to say that people are hungry out there, she did not say that she ate it too. And I saw her went back for two times. I was monitoring her, she was sitting next to me. So she must come here, Your Honor, speak about those things. Our Guyanese brothers and sisters are intelligent. And Your Honor, it is already a matter of public record that the honorable member worked her entire life with the People's Progressive Civic Government, her entire professional life. And her last held salary, her last held remuneration package was about 1.8 million. 1.8 million, and today she is a champion of poor people. She knows who is eating and who not eating. 1.8 million. I never said what she said, and I am getting more than that. That's public record, and I deserve it. In fact, I deserve a little more. But Mr. Speaker, we can't come here. We can't come here and pretend to represent poor people and have no credentials. You have no track record. You live a life of a bourgeoisie, work with the very government, all your professional life that you turn around now and criticizing as the most demonic force on planet Earth, drawing a salary of 1.8 million a month and then pretending to represent poor people. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have had a good, comprehensive discussion on the motion. I support the motion in principle, subject to the approval of the amendment that we will be tendering. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. And now, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the most self-contradicting presentation I have heard in this House.
I suggest, yes, use the podium. Honorable Member Maipol, you're imputing there on the Attorney General. You're imputing on the Attorney General of fixing a certain microphone. Be careful. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, your time starts now.
Mr. Speaker, I was pointing out that the most self-contradictory presentation I have heard in a long time. I just listened to it. Here is the Attorney General getting up to say that where I work, people get paid the first month. Or there are agencies in which people get paid the first month. By saying that, you are admitting that it could be done in a month. And then you proceeded now to try and rationalize all these phases that it will pass through. Clearly, you are confused. You're confused. Mr. Speaker, I want to read from the Guyana Constitution, Article 22. It says, every citizen has the right to be rewarded according to the nature, quality, and quantity of his or her work, to equal pay for equal work or work of equal value. It ends by saying, and to just conditions of work. You're in violation of our constitution when you do not want to give our workers just conditions. And I'm saying to you, a worker waiting for 3 months cannot be just working conditions. Mr. Speaker, I want to invite members of the government to ask themselves a question. Is it not true that most of the people that come into the government service are young people? You all will admit that they are young people. Implied in that, especially if they're just out of school, is that they do not have the resources. They do not have the resources to wait 3 months to be paid. And so if you care about the young, if you care about these people who are coming without the resources to sustain themselves for 3 months, you will agree in principle that they should be paid in 1 month. Many of them is their first employment. So it's not a case as if they have a bank account to clear a container for 18,000 US. They ain't got the capacity to buy the container, much less to clear it. So it is self-contradictory. He was talking about the bourgeoisie and he clearing a container for 18,000 unless he doesn't know the meaning of bourgeoisie. But I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker, a lot of these persons are in their first employment. Some of you would have known what it is to get your first job, and you look forward to being paid. To try and educate you. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. We need to recognize that these people we are talking about, many of them are not only young, it is their first employment. And therefore, it is unfair to ask them to wait for 3 months. Mr. Speaker, I was of the view that this particular motion would have seen us finding consensus, because it is so straightforward a motion that should cut across party political lines. The public servants we are talking about, some of them support you, some of them support us. Why the fight? Is it that we must fight? This is a motion that should obtain support from both sides. Mr. Speaker, it is well accepted that a lot of the people going into the public service are single parents. I've already established that many of them are young, many of them first employment, and many of them are single parents. How do you, in good conscience, ask a single parent to wait 3 months to be paid? Are you suggesting that person's child must wait? That is unreasonable. And so I'm saying to you that they are single parents. The government should do everything to ensure they are paid within a month. But more important, Mr. Speaker, many of them are poor people. They are poor people. And to the extent they are poor, they need their money within a month. It is easy to come and make an amendment to say reasonable time. But when you do that, you're giving yourself latitude to ensure you don't do it in a month. I invite you to do what is much better, to strive towards giving the people the money in 1 month. That will be a noble objective. Okay, we're gonna crucify you if 1 or 2 of them, you got problems. But generally, as a rule, we cannot live with people being paid 3 months after. May I point out to you, honorable members, I've been traveling the riverine areas. I heard Minister Zulfikar indicating that there's going to be riverine grants or vouchers, whatever they be. May I bring some news to you from the river? In the Berbice River, people are complaining that they do not get their old age pension sometimes for 6 months. And there are many people, by the time the pension would have arrived, they are dead. This is not restricted solely to the public servant. I am pointing out to you that we need a general policy which says we must deliver to our people on time. Because pensioners, I'm not here commenting on the fact that the people who carry in the pension sit down in the boat and want elderly people to come in the boat rather than they go out. We mean that level of poor treatment. But at minimum, we need to put systems in place to ensure that we deliver to our people. The Honorable Attorney General said that there is no policy, but he admitted to the practice. Isn't that strange? The practice is what matters. If you have a policy that says, oh, people should be paid in a particular time, but the practice is they are being paid 3 months and after, then we need to address the practice. It doesn't matter if it is government's policy. What matters is we develop a practice to ensure that people are paid within the month and on time. And Mr. Speaker, let us also recognize that the people we are dealing with do not have a livable wage. So even when they get the money, they cannot live a month without problems. And so the fact that wages and salaries are low, that makes it worse, because you're not getting it on time, and whenever you get it, it's inadequate. That is draconian. Those conditions we need to get rid of. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the attempt to explain all of this away by inflation in the world. Inflation here, inflation there. We accept there is inflation. What we don't accept is that the government must take a do-nothing approach. It has to come up with clear policies and programs to ensure that our people can access resources. Mr. Speaker, there is need for the complete overhaul of the public service. I heard your logic. Oh, we were in power for 5 years and we didn't do anything. But you were in power for 25 years. What did you do? I don't want to get into the details, but for 25 years, it persisted. And you are focusing on 5 years. Feel free to do so, but let us understand that there is need for us to change it so that our people can access resources. Mr. Speaker, I have heard all the talks about removal of this tax, removal of that tax, remove the other tax. That is not the critical question. You know what is the critical question? The critical question is, are the people of Guyana at present having a better life? The answer is no. People are worse off today. People are worse off today. You can say what you want about what tax you removed. The people of Guyana know that in 2020, their income was buying more than it can buy now. Let us not run away with all of these things about what tax you remove and what tax you didn't. The critical issue is, what is the state of the people of Guyana? They cannot afford to live. And that is why we have been calling for a minimum livable income. And this is one way you can help. Cash grants might have their place, but if you can do a proper analysis and come up with a minimum livable income and deliver that to public servants, we'll be in a better position. So, Mr. Speaker, it should be clear to all and sundry here that this motion is a very important motion, and that we believe it should be supported without the amendment. I want to invite the government to show goodwill, to show you believe you are competent. And so you can take this on and do it in a month. Failure to do that, you are suggesting you are incompetent. I honestly hope you believe you are competent. And if you are a competent government, just like how the Honorable Member Nandalal know it is happening in some places, let it happen in all places. That is what we ask. And for those who ask what we were doing, sometimes people do not understand the role of education. I think one of them just uttered a few words. A lot of people don't understand the importance of education. The establishment of the Bertram Collins College was aimed at improving the efficiency of the public service. And the critical issue here is we need to come up with ways and means of improving the public service so that the people within the public service are efficient and effective. Education is critical, and I want to urge the government, one way to help in dealing with this issue is to become involved in training. And so training is critical. Some people cannot be trained at all. Mr. Speaker, I am recommending to this House that we adopt this motion as is. It's a good opportunity for the government to show it is competent. It is a good opportunity to show that they care about the workers. It is a good opportunity to show many things. I do not intend to respond to everything you would have said, but it is time you stop saying that ministers increase their salary by 100%. It isn't true. But you know what's the main thing about that you forget? You forgot that when you were in opposition, you were saying you're going to rescind it. But you never did. In fact, you proceeded to put in place a mechanism where you give across the board increases. What that means is that as ministers, you will increase your amount and the gap between rich and poor will increase. That is not providing just conditions for our workers. I want to submit that this is a motion with the good intention of helping the public servants, helping the pensioners, help all and sundry. I do not believe we need to fight over it. I believe as a government, you have a glorious opportunity to embrace a sensible motion, suggest to the world you are competent, and deliver to the workers the salaries in 1 month. I support the motion and I look forward to good sense prevailing. And on this particular one, we can work together and your government will be in a better position to say to workers, yes, I'm serious. At present, that is not the case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. I now call on the Honorable Member, Ms. Tabitha Sarabo Hali, to conclude the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the majority of the debate. I tried to focus primarily on the parts of the debate that focused on the motion. And starting with the Minister of Public Service, I was expecting her to focus on the issue faced by new public servants. I listened expecting the Honorable Minister to give some commitments to those public servants who currently find themselves in this predicament, so that they would know that coming out of this debate, that something would be done urgently on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister failed to first give this Honorable House a clear definition of what reasonable means, who would define what reasonable means, and how it is they're going to ensure that what is happening stops. The Honorable Minister is proposing that the 1 month timeline be replaced with a reasonable time. A lot has been said about that. I am here trying to understand why it is that with such a motion and a recognition that we want the public service to reach to a stage where it's efficient, that we would put in place a statement that gives the public service the leeway to not be as efficient as it could be. And so what that means is you say 1 month and you work towards 1 month. You do not say reasonable and hope that you get to 1 month or 2 months. We say 1 month and work towards it. And that is what I was hoping would come out of this debate. I know the Honorable Minister may choose to close this debate as is her right. And I'm asking her to really respond to this issue as what is reasonable, who will determine what is reasonable. Is 3 months reasonable, 2 months, 6 months, and who or what will ensure that this reasonable time is adhered to? And what systems will be put in place to ensure that a letter of appointment or contract is prepared in a timely manner? As my honorable colleague stated, the amendment lacks specificity. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister boasted that she is in the driver's seat. Yes, you are. And that is why not just us, but Guyanese public servants are looking to you for the answers, because you are in the position to make things right. You're in the position to get it right. You're in the position to do what is right for the public servants. And what the public servants require right now is that after 1 month, they get paid. It is all good to make political statements. It is all good to have the political banter. But the fact that we're here, the whole point behind the motion was to recognize that public servants deserve better. And at some point, we have to put the politics aside and do what is right for the public servants and for all Guyanese. You see, it is one thing to state that the AP and UFC did not do, I did not do when I was minister, which is not quite accurate. And I think the Honorable Minister knows that that is not quite accurate. That there was a lot that was done in the Ministry of Public Service, and it was the intention of the AP and UFC government to continue down the path of professionalizing and making the public service a lot more efficient than it was when we got to it in 2015. We also must recognize that before 2015, the public service was in a worse state than it is right now. And so at this particular juncture, a lot more is required of those who are in the seat of government and profess before they got there that they could do better. And so now is your chance, as the opposition leader said, to show that you are competent. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister spoke about advances. She stated that there is a thing called advances in the public service that public servants can utilize as they await their salaries. That is a bit, there's an issue with that particular issue of advances. There is such a thing as called advances in the Public Service Commission rules and regulations, but it's very specific and it deals with specific things. It deals with very specific things. And if you go outside of that, it would be deemed illegal. So we have to ensure that when we're telling public servants about advances, that you're telling them the right thing, or you're not asking them to go outside of the rules that currently exist. So to state publicly about advances and being able to use advances as a way to get earnings, you have to be very careful with that and ensure that public servants are actually utilizing the rules that exist. Further to that, the system, I believe, has to work equally and equitably for all. And that's the other problem with advances, is that it is on a preferential basis. Whoever's in charge at that time will make a decision whether or not they want to give the person in front of them that advance. It's very subjective. Thank you. And so what we want is a system to be put in place so that no matter who is coming into the public service, the system would work equitably and equally for everyone. And that is what we are looking for. Now, I heard a lot being stated about the fact that different agencies have different configurations and different way of dealing with staffing and appointments. But the reality is that Guyana is not the only country in the world with a public service. The reality is that Guyana is not the only country in the world that the state employs people. But we seem to be the only country in this hemisphere that seem to be okay with persons waiting 3 months and 6 months and a year to get their salary. So the point I'm trying to make is that if another country, Trinidad and Jamaica, can get it right, then we can get it right. We cannot stand on the fact that, oh, well, there's a system in place and there are procedures that have to be taken, and so it may take a longer time. That is not acceptable. It's not acceptable to the person who is trying to find a job to feed their families, expecting that they're going to get a salary at the end of the first month. We need to do better than that. We can do better than that, and we should try our best to correct the system to do better than what we currently have. A lot of talk has been had about technology. We heard about smart classrooms and talking about something else but smart classrooms today. There are other issues where technology can be used and utilized to ensure that the public service a better space, more effective and efficient. So if the issue is paperwork and moving paperwork from region 1 to region 4, then putting systems in place for technology could make that paperwork movement a lot faster and maybe no paperwork at all because you do it online. So it's not that those it's not a case where systems are not available, where programs are not available to make the work easier and faster and efficient. We just have to be committed to doing it and deciding that we're not going to allow it to move or to continue in this particular matter at this particular stage. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to be long. I believe that we had a very eventful day. We had a lot of debate on this particular issue. And I think overall, everybody agrees that the system as this needs to change. And we at this, on this side believe that 1 month is what is required. Nothing more, nothing that is not specific, nothing that would allow persons to go beyond the 1 month that we are proposing. So I commend this motion to the House to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Ms. Ali.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance. Go ahead.
permit me, sir, to seek your leave to exercise the right of reply provided for under Standing Order 39-2. Thank you very much, sir.
Honorable Minister, you can make your presentation there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise, like I indicated earlier, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 39-2, to exercise the right of reply provided for under the said standing order. And I do so, sir, very reluctantly. Indeed, sir, it would have been my strong preference not to have to speak on this motion, because, to be frank with you, it is an issue that should not, in my mind, sir, respectfully, paying, of course, due deference to your infinite wisdom and deliberate judgment, it is an issue of a purely administrative nature that should not even have been the subject of a motion. But having become the subject of a motion, should not have been contaminated, distorted, and misrepresented with the kind of political misrepresentations and innuendos that characterize this debate. I, in fact, sir, started this afternoon's proceedings with some measure of optimism, because I heard the mover of the motion, the Honorable Member Tabitha Sarbo-Hali, herself say that this should not be a political or politicized debate. And I thought that, given that she is the mover of the motion, and given what I thought was a very deliberate attempt on her part not to make an overly political presentation on the matter, I thought perhaps, sir, that her colleagues would have taken their cue from her. But perhaps it was reckless of me to form that expectation, because true to form and consistent with their long established pattern of behavior, the APNU AFC displayed their customary incoherence, disjointed approach to every single issue, inconsistency and fragmentation. Mr. Speaker, the member who came immediately after Ms. Honorable Sarbohali on that side of the House went into an extremely inappropriate, if I might say so myself, distortion and manipulation of this issue. It was the Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa, completely moving away from what the tone that Member Sarbohali set, introducing all manner of irrelevance and altering for the rest of the evening the tone of this debate. Sir, let me say this. This is an administrative matter, which indeed, sir, is the subject of concern on the part of the government, but is by no means a new issue. And the members on that side of the House, all of the members on that side of the House who came here and sought somehow to suggest that this is an artifact of an uncaring People's Progressive Party civic government, would have been guilty of alienating themselves from the facts surrounding this matter and deliberately pretending not to understand, first of all, the fact that this is a long-standing issue that persisted throughout their term in government and indeed ours, and it has a perfectly credible reason and explanation. Sir, indeed in 2019, I'm not sure if the Honorable Member Sarbohali was minister. I know she came in at some point in time towards the tail end of their term of office. She might have been minister at the time. Were you minister? She was minister at the time. The Honorable Member was minister at the time. Sir, the Public Service Ministry, under the ministerial tenure of then Minister Sarbohali, issued circular number 2 of 2019. And that circular reads as follows. Mind you, that is 4 years after they had assumed office, purportedly with all of their concern and love for the public servants. 4 years after they entered office, and after Ms. Sarbohali entered the cabinet, after her government had lost its constitutional legitimacy, they belatedly discovered this problem and issued the circular that reads as follows. The circular is here, sir. I'd be happy to share it with anybody who's interested. It is dated 9th of December 2019. And it says, there is seemingly, and I quote, there is seemingly some misinformation concerning the practice of the payment of salary to new entrants into the public service, which is being relayed could only be done within a 3-month period. Please be advised that there is no such official policy, regulation, or rule. Hence, the practice and misinformation, a 4-year-old government speaking here. Hence, the practice and misinformation must cease forthwith. Under no circumstance should an employee be told that they have to wait until 3 months to be paid salary. All permanent secretaries, REOs, and heads not under ministerial control are reminded, and here is the solution that they proposed. Here is the solution that they proposed. Are reminded that the Department of Public Service, as it was then miniaturized to, the Department of Public Service will issue, for the convenience of the payment of salary, an approval for not more than 6 months of temporary employment. However, simultaneously, the approval to fill must be sent to the Public Service Commission for permanent pensionable appointment by way of the issue of the government order. In order for employees to receive their salaries in a timely manner, permanent secretaries, REOs, and heads of departments not under ministerial control are hereby cautioned to acquire the necessary documentation for employment, example, birth certificate, ID card, TIN certificate, and bank account information prior to having persons assume duty in their agencies. Sir, this was the carefully considered solution. Sir, do you know what the consequence of this was? It simply postponed the problem because the temporary appointment was issued, and when a permanent appointment letter was subsequently not issued in a timely manner, countless employees fell off the payroll and had to then await the issuance of their permanent employment letter or contract to return to the payroll. This is a widely known fact. Sir, the background to this circular reflects, and clearly the minister would have received the advice of our technical officers, reflects an understanding of what the problem was. And the Honorable Attorney General described this problem. The reality is that given the employment process, which involves typically an advertisement, and I'm speaking here of the central government, not of semi-autonomous agencies and so on. They have a similar but slightly different process. In the central government, the reality is positions are advertised, applications are received, top-ranked candidates are identified and offered a job. And a process to formalize their employment is then initiated. That process involves sometimes approaching the Public Service Ministry for a contract to be finalized, or approaching the relevant constitutional commission, be it the Teaching Service Commission or the Public Service Commission, for a government order to be issued. The reality is that that process, not as a result of government policy, the reality is that that process, partly because the executive does not have control over the constitutional commissions, partly as a result of the bureaucracy sometimes not moving as efficiently as it should, partly as a result of inadvertent delays committed oftentimes at the desks of public servants who otherwise generally are incredibly hardworking people and for whom we have the highest and greatest of respect. The reality, sir, is that that process sometimes ends up being a protracted one. As a result of which, if that individual is told to turn out to work before the government order is issued, or before the contract is signed, or before an appointment letter is issued, the reality is that that employee ends up having to wait for the government order to be issued, or for the contract to be signed, or for the appointment letter to be issued. Now, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition cited the example given by the Honorable Attorney General. I believe where this process is typically completed in a month. And I believe somebody else, I think it was the Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings, who made reference, I believe, and she will no doubt correct me if I'm wrong, made reference, I think it was to the GPHC, where she said that the process works very well there and it's completed in a month. And there's a reason for that. Those entities are semi-autonomous. They are governed by boards of directors. Those boards of directors have exclusive authority over recruitment matters. And so once the management decides to appoint somebody, that recommendation, if it's of the relevant In some cases, the authority to employ is delegated to the CEO or managing director. If it's of a certain seniority, it goes to the board and it's typically approved within a month. There's a very simple reason why at an entity like the Deeds and Commercial Authority or the GPHC, which is an example that the Honorable Dr. Cummings cited, it's a very simple reason why the process is completed in a month. In the case of an employee who is subject to contract that goes through PSM, or a person who is appointed by a constitutional commission, the process regrettably can be a more protracted one. Now, this, as the honorable member, Ms. Sarbo-Hali, I'm sure is aware, having served as minister in that department, as it was then called, I have no doubt that she's well aware of what the solution is. There's a very simple solution. And that simple solution is to say to every single permanent secretary, REO, and head of department that nobody is to be told to assume duty until their government order is issued with an effective date of employment or until their contract is signed with an effective date of employment. That would solve this problem immediately, because that way nobody is going to come on the job and wait for weeks or months until the contract is signed somewhere and the contract moves from somebody's desk to another person's desk, all of whom are incidentally public servants, and like I said, hardworking public servants, sometimes overwhelmed by the volume of tasks on their desks. If they told them as a government, and or if we tell now as the incumbent government, every permanent secretary that you are not to have any staff assume duty until their government order is issued, like I said a minute ago, or until their appointment letter is issued or their contract is issued with an effective date of employment, they must not turn out for duty. You will not have this problem. You will not have this problem because they're going to turn out for duty when their appointment letter is issued, and that appointment letter is going to be processed immediately to put them on the payroll, and they might get paid within the first month. But sir, this is not a question of technology. The technology is about the electronic processing of the payroll. You don't have technology can control when the Public Service Commission will meet to approve the appointment. Technology can control when the Teaching Service Commission will meet to approve the government order. That's the reality. That's the reality. I just said the solution is to say, do not turn out for work until your government order is issued or until your contract is signed. But sir, imagine this reality. You have a young person, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition quite rightly said that most of these people are young people. Certainly under this government, I gather under our predecessors, you had to be a minimum of 70 years old to obtain employment. But we're not going to open that issue now. Perhaps this is why the Honorable Leader of the Opposition perhaps was too young for a suitable appointment during that term of office. But the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, sir, quite correctly said that a lot of these people are young people. Now, a young person who has just left school, they have just gotten their freshly minted CXC certificate, CSEC, I think it is called. Or they've just graduated from UG and they've just gotten this transcript or this letter from the university or this certificate to say, I've graduated. And they are busy sending out letters of application. And a government agency calls them, the bright young person with 8, 9 grade 1s or whatever it is, or a distinction or a credit at UG, and they are called by a government agency. And they're interviewed, and they do well at this interview. And the government agency needs the person in place as quickly as possible. This is why the position was advertised in the first instance. The government agency needs the person immediately. And the person probably wants to get this job quickly. A lot of young people, if you say to them, well, don't turn out as yet because we have an administrative process, they'll go away and be worried. I wonder if somebody else is going to get me a job. I wonder if this job will still be here. What am I going to do? My friends are already working and I'm not working as yet. I would like to be in employment too. Sir, we live in the real world. A lot of these young people, the same young people that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition spoke of, a lot of these young people, they want to start out, they want to use their skills, they want to have a job, and the government agency wants to utilize their skills. Now, these two parties, the recruiting agency and the potential new recruit, have a choice. They could agree, look, can you turn out on Monday? We want to recruit you and we're going to put this process in train. You want to turn out on Monday? We are guaranteeing you that we're going to employ you. You are the top ranked candidate. But understand that there's a bureaucracy that is not functioning as efficiently as it should. So it's probably going to take a while for the government order to be issued, but we want you. Or it's going to take a while for the contract to be issued. The person says, I'm glad to take this job, and decides to turn out for the job. The bureaucracy does not function as efficiently as it should, and it ends up taking 2 months. Sir, that young person takes that job knowing that when that first pay is processed, it's going to be retroactive to the day that they started. So they're going to get, it's not that they're not going to be paid for that first month or that second month, it's retroactive to the date that they were appointed. They may end up in that first month, if they had to wait 2 months, they will get 2 months salary on that first month. So the alternative, sir, there are two very simple alternatives. Either we permit this practice to continue, that you tell people turn out, and you have the process to process their contract and process their appointment letter go through its course. And admittedly, that process should be made more efficient. And we would be the first to say so. Or we say very simply that until we fix this bureaucratic inertia that has persisted clearly, at least during the 5 years that the AP and UAFC was in office, and frankly speaking, even before then, we can take the position that, look, we want to bring this thing to a stop. You're not turning out for duty until the government order is issued or until the contract is signed. That's plain and simple, sir. That is what this is all about. And one could very easily take the position that we will implement that. We will not let anybody turn out for duty until you have a contract that is signed or until you have a government order that is issued. We could easily take that position, sir. And I can assure you that by the next month, people will be on the payroll. This is a simple matter. That's a simple matter, sir. This is a, Mr. Speaker, this bureaucracy that the other side, my colleagues on the other side of the Honorable House is complaining about, that clearly they grappled with for 5 years until they realized there was a problem, and then implemented a half-baked solution. They didn't solve the problem. They didn't solve the problem. They said, give you a temporary contract to hold on, and then we're going to see what happens. So let me say this, that this very bureaucracy that they're lamenting that they were unable to solve, and that they're saying, okay, we don't want to solve it. It is manned by public servants, and they're hardworking public servants. It's manned by hardworking public servants. Sir, it's plain, sir, what I'm saying is very simple English language. And anybody who is working in the, but let me tell you, sir, what this motion, they know that, you know, because they know the circle. I saw the Honorable Member Sar Bohali smiling with recognition when I referred to it. They know this problem, and they know that they came up with perhaps what they thought was the best, but admittedly half-baked solution. They know the magnitude of the problem. So the reality is that this motion had nothing to do about concern for public servants and caring for people. This motion, sir, was plain and simple political grandstanding. Plain and simple political grandstanding. An attempt, sir, to deceive the public servants because they take their eyes past the people and think the people stupid, but they are not. An attempt, sir, to insult the intelligence of these public servants, all of whom understand this process because they're working in the public service. And let me hasten to add that the public service is full of remarkable, hardworking, good, talented people. I have had the privilege, sir, of being a public servant myself. And I've had the privilege, sir, of serving as minister in a ministry that is populated with some of the most outstanding public servants that I've encountered anywhere in the world. But, sir, this was an attempt to engage in political grandstanding, to come and pretend to be concerned about the public servants. You know, sir, let me make this point. Let me make this point. The honorable member who spoke at this side before me, I believe it was the Honorable Attorney General, spoke about all of the poor people that they profess to love and whose cause they profess to champion, but whose circumstances they damaged in a lasting way. Sir, so they claim, our colleagues on that side of the house claim, sir, that they love public servants and they champion their cause. Sir, let me say this. Let me say this. You think the public servants don't know? You think the public servants don't know, or that they have forgotten that you compelled thousands of them to give up their contract gratuity status and to move to permanent establishment status? Do you know what effect that had, sir? That had the effect, sir, of reducing those people's emoluments by 22.5%. Sir, the APNU AFC in government compelled public servants to give up their contract gratuity status, including professionals, sir, medical doctors who may not want to stay until 55 to get a pension, medical doctors who may not want to stay until 55 to get a pension, were told you have to give up your contract gratuity and lose your 22.5% and go over to fixed establishment. Taking away, sir, they didn't love public servants then. They didn't love public servants then, sir. In that one action, sir, they didn't give them the option. You can't impose security on people. If you wanted to offer them the option, that's a different matter. They were told, you don't have a choice. You have to come over to the fixed establishment. Sir, that reduced the salaries of these people by 22.5%, reduced the total emoluments of these people by 22.5%, taking away their contract gratuity. You don't think those people remember what you did to them? Sir, that is not all. And you wonder why they sent you back over to that side of the house. You wonder why they sent you back to that side of the house. Sir, but that is not all. That is not all. Some of these, sir, many of these public servants, and I'm using public servant here, not in the narrowest of definitions, but in a slightly broader definition. Many of these public servants, sir, were members of the disciplined services. Many central government employees were members of the disciplined services. Policemen and women, men in uniform, men and women in uniform, soldiers, men and women in uniform, firemen. So I am not talking about contracts, sir. You know what they did? They took away the 1 month bonus from them. They took away the 1 month bonus from them. Sir, I know they're contracted employees, but I also know that under the People's Progressive Party civic government, they used to get a 1-month bonus. And you vindictively took away that bonus from them, thereby reducing their emoluments by 1/13. You vindictively took it away from them, hurting them in their pockets, And you come now and pretend to love these people. You understand why they sent you over there and will keep you over there for a very long time? Sir, but that is not all. That is not all, sir. Sir, that is not all. Sir, they issued an edict. They issued an edict that salary in lieu of leave. They issued an edict, sir, that salary in lieu of leave will be banished, will be outlawed. The same public servants that you claim to love. The same public servants that you claim to love. They issued an edict. They all went publicly and said, use it or lose it. If you do not use your leave, you will lose your leave. They issued an edict. They issued a circular. And sir, if I had the time, I would find that circular and read it. They said, sir, if you do not use your leave, no matter that the exigencies of the service didn't allow you to take your leave, no matter that you're working hard, doing the work of the government and the work of the people, if you don't take your leave, use it or lose it. Sir, thousands of public servants who had historically been accustomed to a situation where if they were told that the exigencies of the service prevented you from taking your leave, they could accumulate their leave, defer their leave, and either take their leave in a larger block or ultimately obtain payment for their leave. They abolished, sir, salary in lieu of leave. But sir, it doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. They abolished salary in lieu of leave. I have the circular here, sir. Sir, but I want to share this with you. While the APNU AFC issued a circular to tell public servants you cannot get your salary in lieu of leave, they issued a circular saying that. And several of their ministers went public. Several of their ministers went public and said public servants must take your leave or else you lose it. What was very interesting, sir, that when a certain public servant was moved over from her public service status to her ministerial appointment, she managed to convince one of her ministerial colleagues who is sitting in this house Sir, it is a matter of public record that when Miss Tabitha Sarabo Hali, the honorable member, was moved from her public service position, where she was subject to the same public service rules like all the other public servants. When she was moved from her public service position and appointed as a minister, she secured, sir, a letter signed by the Honorable Don Hastings, assuring her that she will be paid for her salary in lieu of leave. While all the other public servants were being told you will lose your salary in lieu of leave, the Honorable Member Sarbo Hali got a letter to say you'll be paid for your salary in lieu of leave. Not only that, sir. When that letter was sent to the Ministry of Finance, under their administration, The then Ministry of Finance refused to process it because they knew the rule. They knew the rule, and they refused to process it. They said there's no exception to this rule. We're not going to process this. Sir, when the People's Progressive Party Civic assumed office, we received a lawyer's letter from the Honorable Roysdale Ford demanding payment of salary in lieu of leave to the Honorable Member Tabitha Sarabo-Hali.
Honorable Minister, I'll have to give you a minute to wind up. The timings for this debate was 25 minutes plus 5, and we have exhausted plus 5.
Sir, demanding payment of a hefty sum. Also, my apologies, my apologies.
Your Honor, we ask kindly that the Honorable Minister of Finance be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Honorable Minister Manik Chan, the time we had was 25 minutes plus 5. The Honorable Minister started at 7:27, according to my computer clock, and it's now 8:01. So I was saying to the Honorable Minister, the plus 5 was also exhausted, but I'll grant him 2 minutes to conclude.
Very well, sir.
Just to finish the thought, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, the Honorable Member, Ms. Tabitha Sarabo-Hali, got her legal representative, the Honorable Member Roysdale Ford, to write legal letters and institute legal proceedings, demanding payment of the same salary in lieu of leave to herself, which she was denying public servants across the entire public service. A very hefty sum, sir. So don't come here. Don't come here. That is a matter of public record. Those legal proceedings are a matter of public record. And this People's Progressive Party civic government had to pay Tabitha, the Honorable Member Tabitha Sarabo-Hali, a huge sum for salary in lieu of leave, which she and her government had denied thousands of public servants in Guyana. So don't come here. Don't come here and pretend to love public servants. Don't come here and pretend to champion the cause of public servants. You served nobody but yourselves, and that is why you're on that side of the house, and that is why you will be on that side of the house for a very, very, very long time to come. Thank you very much, sir.
He passed already. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members. Honorable members, I will now put the motion, but we have 2 amendments moved by the Honorable Savitri Sonia Parag and to the resolve clause. And it says that delete advises, that's in the first line, and replaced by encourages the government of Guyana to ensure that public servants receive their first paycheck. And then where we have no more than 1 month after the commencement of their employment in the public sector, be replaced with within a reasonable time on receipt of a letter of appointment or a signed contract. So let me ask the Honorable Minister to move those amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the amendment to the motion presented by the Honorable Member, Ms. Hali. And it states, in the be it resolved clause, delete the word advises in the first line and substitute with the word encourages. And in the be it resolved clause, delete phrase no more than 1 month after the commencement of their employment in public sector and replace with the words within a reasonable time on receipt of a letter of appointment or signed contract.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the motion as amended. Those in favor say aye. sorry, honorable members. I now put the amendment as moved by the honorable minister. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no.
Division.
Sounds like the ayes have it. The division was called. Mr. Clerk, please take the division. Listen carefully. We have several members online. Mr. Clerk, you may proceed with the call of division on the amendment.
Mr. Schumann.
Aye.
Mr. Schumann.
Aye.
Mr. Spears.
No.
Sinclair.
No.
Mr. Ramsey.
Could we get the persons online to mute their mics until your name is called, please?
Mr. Ramsroop.
No.
Miss Philadelphia.
No.
Mr. Jai Prashad.
No.
Mrs. Flubes.
No.
Mr. Rajkumar.
No.
Mr. Mahi Paul.
No.
Mr. Figuera. Mr. Cox.
No.
Mr. Dunk. Ms. Finance. Ms. Ferguson.
No, pay the public servants the first.
Mrs. Lewis Singh. Mr. Singh Lewis. Mr. Sarabo Hali.
No.
Dr. Cummins.
No,
Mr. Henry.
No.
Mrs. Hughes.
no,
Miss McDonald. Miss McDonald.
no,
Mrs. Walton Desir.
no,
Mr. Jordan.
No.
Mr. Jones.
No.
Mrs. Hastings Williams.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Patterson. Mrs. Chandan Edmond.
No, sir.
Mr. Trotman.
Give him some time.
Mr. Trotman. Mr. Holder.
No.
Mr. Holder.
No.
Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford. Mr. Ramjitan, Mr. Norton,
No.
Ms. Veersamy,
Yes.
Mr. Williams, Dr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Jaffer Ali,
Yes.
Dr. Westford, Dr. Ramsaran, Mr. Spearson Fredericks, Mr. Narayan, Mr. Datadin,
Yes.
Dr. Mahadio,
Yes.
Mr. Charlie,
Yes.
Mr. Siraj, Mr. McCoy,
Yes.
Mr. A. Prasad, Mr. Indar, Ms. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Parag,
Yes.
Mr. Ramson, Dr. V. Prasad,
Yes.
Mr. Kroll,
Yes.
Mr. Dharam Lal,
Yes.
Mr. Bharat,
Yes.
Mr. Hamilton,
Yes.
Ms. Sukhai,
Yes.
Mr. Mustafa,
Yes.
Ms. Manik Chand, Dr. Anthony,
Yes.
Bishop Ejil,
Yes.
Mr. Todd,
Yes.
Mr. Shearer,
Yes, yes, I'm here. Yes, yes, Mr. Isaacs.
Mr. Nanlal,
Yes.
Mr. Jagdeo, Mr. Jagdeo,
helps to provoke violence. And as you will see today, Donald Trump's own White House counsel, his own White
Philip.
House staff.
Yes.
Immediately intervened to condemn the violence, instruct his supporters to stand down, leave the Capitol, and disperse. Multiple efforts, he would not. Donald Trump would
Mrs. Speaker, 33 members voted for the motion with 28 against.
So the amendment is carried. Honorable members, I now put the motion as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion as amended is approved. We now move to the motion in the name of the honorable member, Mr. David Patterson, liability insurance coverage for oil spills in Guyana. Mr. David Patterson, you may proceed. Honorable member, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to propose a motion on liability insurance coverage for oil spills in Guyana, standing in my name. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the emasculation of the original motion on this most critical matter.
Honorable member, I don't know what you're speaking about, so could you please withdraw that? Because you're imputing something on my behalf.
Very good, Mr. Speaker. I will withdraw that and start again. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the surgical mutilation of the original motion on this most critical matter.
Honorable member, would you like me to read the standing orders to you and then spend an hour to show where all the inaccuracies have been? We have asked you to remove. If you're going to persist with this, then we're going to have to continue to interrupt you. You may proceed.
Sir, maybe clinical dissection, is that okay? Is that acceptable?
Honorable members, there are several questions and motions that come from members that are not, when read against the standing orders, are not in compliance with the rules. The Speaker has the authority to amend. The Speaker has been lenient in allowing members, after they have discussed with the technical staff in Parliament, where the offending statements or the non-compliance with the standing orders are, and we have been very lenient with coaching, guiding, especially members who should know better. And so several questions and motions have gone through this process. What is printed in the press by members, that's for them and the press. I do not conduct the business of the House in the media. We do it here. And within the rules that have been established. If those rules don't suffice, there are established ways of changing those rules. If members are going to come to the House when they are wrong and or inaccurate, then I'll have to intervene. Especially if they're going to impute on provisions which give the Speaker the authority to amend. So, Honorable Member Mr. Patterson, honorable members in general, I trust I do not have to go through this little lecture again. Honorable member, you may proceed with your surgeries. If you have to get some, we can make arrangements, but could you stick to the motion before you in its form?
Thank you, sir. So notwithstanding the, I said, proceed with the surgery of the original motion on this most critical matter of full liability coverage in the event of an oil spill, by the removal, sir, of 15 of the 25 whereas clauses, we nevertheless, sir, thank you for at long last giving us the opportunity to let the people of this great country know the truth, but the perilous risks they face caused by the gross neglect of this government in representing their best interests. Mr. Speaker, As you're well aware, this is the fifth motion that I would have submitted to this House on oil and gas related matters. All were surgically amended. Those that survived the operating table were defeated by the government's majority with able support from a lone opposition member. I'm under no illusions about the successful outcome of this motion. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned my previous motions for two important issues. Firstly, to inform you that we on this side of the House will not easily be deterred. Thus, it is our intention on behalf of the people of the country to submit at least another 6 more motions related to oil and gas. The 6th motion on wastewater management, sir, has already been completed and will be submitted early next week. Sir, but based on the infrequency of the holding of parliamentary meetings, it is unlikely to be debated this session. Sir, that would allow the Parliament office, sir, ample time to perform their customary surgery. Secondly, to highlight that the motion on natural gas flaring was not debated based on a ruling by yourselves, which we in the opposition have accepted. Sir, permit me to quote your ruling of June 10th, 2021. Sir, and I quote you. Honorable members, we have a first motion in the name of the honorable member, Mr. David Patterson. I am, at this moment, unable to proceed with the debate on this motion because since this motion has been tabled and put on the order paper, an action has been filed in the High Court. That action is bearing the number 2011-AC-AEM-CIV-FEA-722. Consistent with previous rulings regarding matters that are sub judice, I again refer to Standing Orders 28G and 41-2. We on this side of the House, sir, are confident that you will continue to stand by your previous rulings that all motions before our courts are sub judice.
Honorable member, please don't misquote me. When you summarize, I never made a statement in this House that says that all motions. Check back the records.
Sir, you say again, refer to Standing Orders 26G and 41-2. Sir, we continue to hold, sir, that you will stand true to your previous rulings. Thank you. Sir, on the substantive motion, Mr. Speaker, oil production in offshore Guyana is expected to increase rapidly, tripling for what is guessed to be its current rate of about 3,000 barrels per day to close to 1 million barrels in the next few years. And Mr. Speaker, I say I guess, because unlike the coalition which adhered to its moral responsibility of full transparency to our people, the PPPC modus operandi is to dodge and hide information that belongs to the people. This is not only coming from me and this side of the House, but also has engendered the frustration of all Guyanese who are faced with half-truths, disinformation, or nothing at all coming from the government. Mr. Speaker, it therefore stands to reason that such rapid-fire ramping up of production activities will exponentially increase the probabilities of an oil spill, with devastating consequences, especially considering the inadequacy of our oil response plan to respond to such an emergency, cleanup and restoration of our ocean and beaches throughout the Caribbean, South American coastlands, and not to mention the environmental damage to Guyana and its neighboring countries, obliteration of the country's fishing industries, aquatic vegetation, and economic bankruptcy, including possible lawsuits from neighboring countries. Most noteworthy, Mr. Speaker, it is a way of life for all of us sitting here in every place else to carry insurance protection for our lives and properties against risks far less than mentioned above. I will wager that every one of the members on the other side of this house has insurance protection of sorts for their homes, automobiles, health, and so on. Yet it's mind-boggling, even though not surprising, that our friends on that side of the house are not a wee bit interested in protecting not only the people we serve, but the entire nation and region's people and livelihood. Mr. Speaker, even the members of the other side of the house are no doubt ashamed to embrace our sage advice and counsel because of politics. They, however, remain deaf to the overwhelming daily public outcry from the most likely affected populations of all walks of life in Guyana, the Caribbean region, and other national and international stakeholders and experts, shouting from the rooftop for a guarantee of full liability coverage for the cleanup of any oil spill offshore Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the emergency response and cleanup of the British petroleum Macondo oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico have so far cost more than $7 billion and still counting. But inexplicably, the Vice President of Guyana has been waffling all over the place, changing his tune from a $2 billion insurance from Exxon to parent company assurance, and is now peddling a piddly $600 million insurance coverage, which is less than 1% of the Macondo spill. Mr. Speaker, it may stun you to learn all of this is happening only because the government has spinelessly weaseled out of its responsibility to protect the people's interests. When it buckled under in wavering on Exxon to violate the laws of the land enshrined by the coalition administration in the EPA permit requiring full and unlimited liability coverage, comprising of commercial insurance plus parent company guarantees for all costs over and above what EEPGL and that insurance do not cover. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House are in no way implying that Exxon and the other operators will not put in place all the required designs and safety mechanisms to prevent the possibility of an oil spill. We are confident Exxon will be doing everything possible to ensure that there shall be no oil spills. However, Mr. Speaker, we have received those assurances before. During the commissioning of the first FPSO, Lisa Destiny, the country was assured that the vessel was designed to the highest technical standards, capable of re-injecting all the natural gas, resulting in zero flaring above pilot level. Despite these assurances, some 30 months after the FPSO has come into operations, the issue of excess flaring has yet to be safely resolved. Mr. Speaker, according to Statista, the world's leading provider of market and consumer data, Exxon has been responsible for more than 3,000 oil, chemical, and drilling fluid spills greater than 1 barrel between 2005 and 2020. In 2020, the last period of which data was available, there were 223 oil spills in Exxon's operations. Mr. Speaker, Exxon's global average is approximately 200 oil spills per year. It is foolhardy for us to believe that Guyana will be spared. Rather, knowing that despite the best efforts of the oil companies, oil spills are a real possibility. Hence, we must ensure that our country is adequately protected. Mr. Speaker, at that rate, and that is listed publicly, Exxon has an oil spill every other day. So, as we are debating this motion tonight, the statistics show that by tomorrow, somewhere in Exxon's operation, there will be an oil spill greater than 1 barrel of oil. It may not be Guyana. However, it's only a matter of time. The PPP government is playing Russian roulette with this country by not ensuring that we have full liability coverage. Mr. Speaker, the general impression provided when discussing oil spills insurance is normally centered around the cleanup exercises. However, sir, that's only the tip of the spear. Oil spills will adversely affect deep ocean and coastal fishing and fisheries. The initial effect of toxic and smothering waste is widespread mortality, contamination of fish and food species, but the long-term ecological effect is worse. Oil spills poison maritime and coastal organic matters, which interrupt the food chains of fish and sea creatures, and the domino effect is on the reproduction, which in turn affects commercial fishing enterprises, in most instances, sir, permanently, sir. Mr. Speaker, fish may ingest large quantities of oil through their gills. Fish that has been exposed to oil may suffer from changes in heart and respiratory rates, enlarged liver, reduced growth, fin erosion, and a variety of effects of biochemical and at the biochemical and cellular levels. If this does not kill them more or less directly, the oil may affect reproduction negatively and result in a deformed fish. Mr. Speaker, even without the effects of oil spills, our fisher folks are complaining of fewer catches. Sir, that's without oil spills right now, there's fewer catches. With the likelihood of an oil spill, we will be in a state in economic crisis. What an irony, sir, for a blooming oil-producing nation. Coastal areas such as Georgetown and Guyana, which are heavily populated with recreational activities in fishing, boating, swimming, beaches, and other tourism activities, oil waste invades and pollutes these areas, and activities which trickle down to decrease human activities and the long-term effects on the local economy. The property values, sir, Pradoville, in these areas tend to decrease. Regional businesses decline, and future investments is uncertain. These extremities, the real effect on maritime life, human activity, and the sustainability of the local economy. An irreparable damage which the meager insurance coverage which we have cannot begin to repair. Mr. Speaker, we also want to know oil spills do not only occur in the drilling process, and that's what the government will be addressing. I'm sure they will tell you about the safety features of the SPSA. 80%, sir, 80% of oil spills occur during transportation of the oil. Currently, sir, as I guessed, we are producing at 300 barrels per day. So, sir, what that means that there is a discharge vessel, and the Honorable Minister is there, every 5 or 6 days offshore there. A vessel collecting at 300 barrels a day, a 300,000 barrels per day, sir. There's a vessel discharging and collecting crude every 5 or 6 days. With our oil production projected to increase to almost 1 million barrels per day, sir, in the next few years, there will come a time, sir, where every single day, 365 days every year, there will be a vessel for the next 40 years, because that's the life of a field. There will be a vessel collecting at least 1 million barrels of crude oil every single day, sir. Sir, I hope you understand, and my members over there understand the magnitude of the risk in which we are seeking to ensure that you have full liability coverage. Mr. Speaker, I know my friends on the other side has an allergy to the truth. So I'll spare them the pain and embarrassing denial by reading what is enshrined in Lisa 2, sir. You removed it, but it's here now. That was part of the surgery, sir. Enshrined in Lisa 2 permit by the coalition. Sir, we put this in the Lisa 2 permit, and it was copied into all other EPA approved permits under the People's Progressive Party Civic. Sir, including the just renewed Lisa 1 permit. So here we go, sir, it's in here. So there's several clauses, but I only address Section 12, liability for pollution damage. So I address a couple. Section 12.1, the permit holder shall have insurance of such type and in such amount as is customary in the international petroleum industry, in accordance with good field practices for petroleum operations in progress offshore Guyana. And I skip, sir, to the Section 12.3 of this permit, sir. This permit, which is the permit, sir, that you claimed was in accordance, sir, in the clause that came out. This permit is issued subject to the fulfillment of the obligations outlined in Section 12.1 above, and in a correspondence dated March 20th, 2019, I hope you know about this, because indicating the commitment of EEPGL to obtain such insurance coverage of environmental liabilities in accordance with the requirements of EPA and the Bank of Guyana. Failure to fulfill such obligations or commitments is a breach of this permit and will result in the immediate cancellation. So that, sir, is the permit that they signed. Here's what happened, sir. Mr. Speaker, the government and Exxon have been denying that the insurance to the sum of $5 billion, which is the highest insurance available in the market, was bought and existed under the coalition. Here is the proof, sir, reference, sir, in the correspondence of March the 29, 2019, and included, sir, in the EPA, the environmental permit. And witness, sir, not an approved, sir, they like to witness and approve by the Bank of Guyana. Additionally, sir, section 12.5, the permit holder must soon as reasonably practical provide from the parent company, sir, and we have always insisted that EEPGL is a local company, a limited liability company in Guyana. The parent company, of course, is Global ExxonMobil, or affiliate companies of permit holders and co-venturers, affiliates, one or more legally binding agreements to EPA undertaking to provide adequate insurance resources to the permit holder, for the permit holder and his co-venturers to pay or satisfy their respective environmental obligations regarding the Stabroek Block, if EEPGL or its co-venturers fail to do so. Sir, that is the permit. And what it said when we issued it is that if EEPGL or the local affiliates, the HES or CNOG, cannot foot the bill, the parent company, wherever they may be, will have to foot the bill, sir. That is what unlimited liability is, sir. You don't just, not just for the company in Guyana, but it is liable for the entire global operation of ExxonMobil. For months, for many months, prior to the PPP taking office, several meetings were held between the EPA attorney and the parent company's attorneys to craft the legally binding agreement enshrined, as I just mentioned, in section 12.5, as a precondition for the start of LICER 2 and approval for the PRA. And it was close to finalization when the PPPC took office, and they nixed it in totality, taking the country down from having full unlimited liability coverage to having none at all. But most eye-popping, Mr. Speaker, was the termination of the services of the EPA most brilliant and high-performing attorney handling the agreement for the government, sir. He was getting in the way of what they were doing. Mr. Speaker, their negligence notwithstanding, in not following the law enshrined in the permit by the coalition, requiring unlimited liability coverage in the case a spill occurs, they are also grossly negligent in terminating the capacity building initiative put in place by the coalition to enhance oversight that would result in reducing the probability of an oil incident. Specifically, besides failure to spend the World Bank's $2 million loan, specifically obtained by the coalition government for this purpose, enhancing the capacity of EPA. So that action caused the World Bank to reduce the country rating from moderately satisfactory to moderately unsatisfactory, which is our current rating with regard to oil and gas. The PPP dumped the plan conceived by the coalition and funded by the World Bank. Sir, it was developed by the World Bank's Brazilian expert, the EPA, the Department of Energy. And sir, here's what it was for. It was for the EPA to add a new 34-person staff unit to EPA, purely for oil and gas sector. And sir, this would include 24/7 on-site FPSO coverage. Sir, the World Bank provided $1 million grant, not a loan, grant for this initiative. They went out to tender, hired an expert who came in and worked with the EPA and the Department of Energy to prepare and presented a fully comprehensive plan, including an organizational charter for this new unit, position descriptions, qualifications of each position, including highly specialized and experienced petroleum, geological, and environmental engineers. This plan was completed in 2019 and ready to start the recruitment process. However, COVID put it on hold. But the PPP has scrapped the program altogether, and yet, sir, has not even proposed an alternative. Maybe when the minister gets up to speak, or his colleague, they will enlighten the country and the world what is the alternative. The bottom line is that unlike the coalition, which has institutions in place, the PPP doesn't care one iota about preparing and developing our oversight staff to help mitigate incidents such as a spill. But in the same time, also neglectful and doesn't care about ensuring provisions of liability coverage to clean up after a spill. The coalition had both safeguards in place, only to be callously torn up and thrown away by the PPP. Mr. Speaker, this permit that I have a copy of in mind is irrefutable proof that the government, well, sir, I have lies, I have to substitute lies, because that's unparliamentary. The government tells untruths when it proclaims that they have improved the permit. How can they have the gall to talk about improving the permit when they remove the coalition's requirement, bringing it down from full unlimited liability coverage to the measly proposed $600 million US insurance? Unless, sir, improving must have meant improving in favor of Exxon and the other operators. To both, Mr. Speaker, even though the coalition requirement still remains in these permits, this administration appears to have dumbfoundedly, one, withdrawn the $2.5 billion in insurance put in place by the coalition and the Bank of Guyana, and two, stood helplessly by as Exxon unlawfully started up the LISA 2 and restarted LISA 1 without these requirements being met, despite the fact that Section 12(3) of this permit dictates that failure to fulfill sub-obligations and commitments is a breach of this permit and will result in the immediate cancellation. Even worse, Mr. Speaker, is a scary thought that even within the context of the unbelievably miserly $600 million total coverage that is being waved around by the Vice President, Exxon has now publicly stated that this amount would only cover legitimate and reasonable costs. Mr. Speaker, despite the callousness of this statement, it is a clear demonstration of the company's intention to battle in court as to what is a legitimate and reasonable cost. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, we have no grounds to stand on in such an instance of a spill, since there is no baseline study of the existing environmental condition to evaluate damages above that baseline. Mr. Speaker, and I don't see the Deputy Speaker here on it. Short break. I don't see him, sir. Sorry, he has claimed to represent our indigenous people. Mr. Speaker, the dangers to our indigenous and other coastal communities by allowing Exxon to insert the words legitimate and reasonable cost is far-reaching. In Exxon's own EIA for the Yellowtail development, their handpicked consultants, ERM, states that in the worst case scenario, in the event of a medium scale oil discharge, spill, there's a 40% chance that the entire coastlines of region 1 and 2 will be covered, impacted. So while the PPP will claim that the $600 million US dollars, which they have agreed will be adequate to clean up the shorelines, it will not cover the consequential effects of such an event. Mr. Speaker, if such an oil spill occurs, months, years, even decades after such an oil spill, indigenous riverine villages closest to the Atlantic, such as Imbataro, Morawana, Ammon Beach, Three Brothers, Warmuri, and St. John's, will be devastated, their livelihoods destroyed. But by the insertion of those words, sir, introduction of those two words, they will be forced to go to court to prove that these damages are legitimate and reasonable. Mr. Speaker, it is extremely mystifying how the rule of law put into the permits by the coalition could so blatantly allowed to be violated under the watch of the PPPC government. But Mr. Speaker, the only mystery lies in either incompetence of the administration, not even knowing what are in the permits, or the cowardliness in not standing up for the best interests of our people, or both of the above. Mr. Speaker, it begs the obvious question: who is really in charge of this country? Is it the oil company or the government? Mr. Speaker, right in our own backyards of Peru, a major oil company operating in Guyana underreported by far a 12,000 barrel oil spill at its operations in Peru, and then refused to honor its obligations to clean it up, thus causing great harm to Peru's economy and environment, forcing the government to fine that company a reported $660 million US dollars to date and institute a $4.5 billion US dollar lawsuit. Mr. Speaker, as old people used to say, you can't wait for candlelight to see things in the dark when you can see them in broad daylight. Mr. Speaker, we have 4 resolve clauses, sir. And the first one, sir, be it resolved that the government reverses its decision to cancel the process already established in 2019 by the coalition for the obtaining full unlimited liability coverage comprised of private insurers carried by EEPGL, plus guaranteed coverage of all liabilities over and above EEPGL's insurance, to be carried by EEPGL's parent company, Exxon, CNOOC, and S. This process was agreed upon by Exxon, was close to be finalizing when the PPPC took office in 2020, and already enshrined in all the approved agreements, permits, LISA 1, LISA 2, PIARA, and the Yellowtail permit. Sir, we also have be it further resolved that in returning to the well-established process being put in place by the coalition administration, demanding that full, unlimited liability coverage, and in light of the fact that LISA 1 and 2 operations are operating illegally in violation of the permits, the government must give Exxon no more than 3 months to provide documented proof of insurance policies and parent company guarantees as pellucidly required by the permits. So our penultimate resolve clause that this parliament calls upon the government of Guyana to include full, unlimited liability coverage for oil spills and other disasters related to petroleum production, as a condition for granting approval for all future petroleum developments. Sir, and it be it further resolved, the government of Guyana conducts an independent baseline risk assessment to allow for the objective determination of environmental damages and liabilities, should they occur, especially in Exxon showing bad intentions to raise questions to what are legitimate and reasonable costs, and to be used by the Parliamentary Committee of Natural Resources as a reference for all future oil development submissions. And finally, sir, be it further resolved that the opposition stands ready, able, and willing to assist the government in getting back on track the expeditious acquisition of unlimited liability coverage in the event of an oil spill. Sir, with these few words, I now propose the motion, and I hope, sir, it shall find favor with this House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson. Our next speaker is the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources and the Environment, the Honorable Vikram Barrett. Oh, sorry, Honorable Minister, before you start, I need to say that the motion is proposed. Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution on the motion in question proposed by the Honorable Member, Mr. David Patterson. And we would have sat and listened to Mr. Patterson, Honorable Member, for the last maybe 30 minutes or so. And there are a number of inaccuracies, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to highlight and correct. While there were a lot mentioned on the impact and effects of a potential oil spill, or the effects that a potential oil spill will have anywhere in the world, which we quite agree with. We know how devastating an oil spill can be to any country, not only Guyana, but any country in the world. And once you're an oil producing nation, then there must be precautions and safeguards that are put in place to ensure that if there is any eventuality of such an occurrence, that there is protection and that there is mechanism in place to deal with whatever consequences there may be after that. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where this document that the honorable member spoke of, the document that was being almost concluded after lengthy negotiations just before the demit office, because based on our checks, there is no such documents, whether it is at the Environmental Protection Agency, or whether it is at the Ministry of Natural Resources, or whether it is at the Department of Energy and Brickdam. Our checks were unsuccessful. We have not found any such document. And I will appeal to the honorable member that if there is such a document, then it should be shared with us, because you express a willingness by the opposition to work with the government to develop our new oil and gas sector. So if the document is with the former head of the agency, well, then we will love to see that document, Mr. Speaker. And we will love to see how far the negotiation went. And we will love to see all that took place towards moving to a $5 billion insurance for oil spill. Mr. Speaker, I wish to put on record too that the program at the Environmental Protection Agency was never canceled. The program was never canceled. As a matter of fact, the department grew from 3 members of staff to 13 presently, that is dedicated full-time towards monitoring oil and gas activities EPA is actually strengthening its capacity through international consultants and satellite monitoring too. So I wish to report that maybe the honorable member was not briefed on what is taking place now, but what occurred when the former head was there. Because if you look at the language in the motion, speaks a lot to, or it can actually shows a lot um, as to how the former head would craft his kind of language and statements. So I think the information by the honorable member is a bit outdated, but the program was never canceled. I'm happy to report that we have 13 staff members and we also have satellite monitoring. And these are staff members who are dedicated towards monitoring of oil and gas. What we would have done too is to strengthen the capacity. And this is another recommendation that was made um, when the AP and UAFC was in government, but it was never done, is to strengthen the Guyana National Bureau of Standards. We know that GNBS play a major role in terms of monitoring. It's not only in terms of calibration and measurement, but in terms of monitoring real time and having a presence on the FPSO. So we would have strengthened the capacity along with the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, strengthen the capacity at GNBS, and we do have persons, physical presence on both FPSOs doing real-time monitoring for us. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go down the road as to getting a debate on the low catch, the fish catch. There have been so many articles and so many debates as to whether the oil and gas sector, the oil and gas activities offshore Guyana is truly affecting the low catch in Guyana. But I think we have seen reports and we have heard from several Caribbean leaders that it is not only a Guyana problem, it is more of a regional problem. And I think even extended globally, that there is a significant decline in the catch by fisher folks. Mr. Speaker, and if I may put it into perspective, because a lot of Guyanese may not have the clear picture as to what is happening offshore Guyana. But the Liza 1, Liza 2 development and the exploration activities that is occurring offshore Guyana is 100 miles away from the Kingston seawall, 100 miles offshore. The depth is over 5,000 feet, 5,000 feet of water. Mr. Speaker, it's hard to fathom that we have the kind of fish that we would catch in Guyana, swimming and being feeding in 5,000 feet depth of water. I think it is almost impossible to do so. So to blame the exploration activities and what is happening offshore, I don't think it's quite justified. I don't think it's quite justified. As a matter of fact, and based on my own layman argument, and I often give this argument to people when I'm speaking, that if the drilling and the exploration activities offshore, 1,000 miles, 100 miles out, 5,000 feet deep, and you have exploration activities, vibration, what should happen, based on our common sense, is that they should actually chase these fishes closer to shore, into the nets, rather than away, rather than away. I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening. I'm just trying to see, honorable members, that the oil and gas exploration activities should not be blamed for the low catch. There are a number of other reasons. We have had significant rainfall, fresh water mixing into the salt water, and a number of other reasons, but we don't want to get into that. No. Mr. Speaker, when we took over office in August 2020, there was no proper framework to manage the oil and gas sector. I listened to the honorable member and he made glowing remarks, as usual, of what happened under the AP and UAFC government and what was put in place and what should not have put in place. But I think it's more of a gap. It's more of a gap. The reality is that nothing was there Nothing was there to manage. No framework was in place to manage the oil and gas sector in an efficient and effective manner so that one, there will be great transparency and accountability, and two, that the benefits from the oil and gas sector will actually flow to the people of Guyana and everybody will benefit. The honorable member spoke about the Liza 1, Liza 2 permit, but the honorable member should tell the people of Guyana too that the AP and UFC negotiated the PSA too. Negotiated the PSA too. And then we hear all sorts of excuses. But the PSA was signed on June 2016. June of 2016 when the AP and UFC was in government. So if we're talking about getting better bargains for Guyana and getting more benefits for Guyana and safeguarding Guyanese rights and protecting our rights, it should have started with the PSA. Simply put, it should have started, we could have gotten a better deal. We could have gotten a better deal, Mr. Speaker. But we as the government, we have committed ourselves to ensure that we develop a model PSA that should there be future production in other blocks, then the PSA will be totally different from the one that we have presently. We have already outlined reasons because we've heard comments and remarks of renegotiating why we don't do that. Mr. Speaker, and we got to be frank about this. There is no country, no foreign company, large company like ExxonMobil, like Total Energies, like Shell, Chevron, and we know all the big companies that would want to invest in a country where there is no predictability, there is no stability, and every time a government changes, there is renegotiation of a contract. So in other words, what we are doing by taking that stand is safeguarding the image of Guyana and ensuring that people want to come, and invest in Guyana. We are making Guyana an investment destination because we have nine.
Honorable Minister, I heard one person shouting the L word twice and loudly. So I just want to caution them.
Thank you. Yeah, so Mr. Speaker, as I continue, there are a few others. For example, the honorable member mentioned about the increased production. The government is in support of increased production and increased risk. Mr. Speaker, that is quite true. We as a government, we are in support of increased production. And we should be. Any government, any sensible government must be in support of increased production. Because we know that in the whole context of climate change and moving towards renewable energy and the impact and effects of climate change as we're experiencing now, that there will be a time when the demand for fossil will not be the same as it is today. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, the demand for fossil will not be the same. And we cannot bury our heads in sand and don't admit that. But now we have the golden opportunity. We have the golden opportunity to ensure that we extract as much resources as possible and to use that revenue to ensure that Guyanese have a better life. We, our people, deserve a better life too. And I am not saying, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be misquoted as saying at the expense of the environment. I am not saying that, Mr. Speaker. I'll come to that, comrade. We are not saying that it should be at the expense of the environment. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the PUP civic government should be the government that is given a pat on the back for safeguarding the environment and cutting emission in Guyana. We are not painting buildings in green, but we are safeguarding the environment all along. Mr. Speaker, if we may go into some of the details as to the safeguards, since the honorable member is a bit anxious for us to move in that direction. Mr. Speaker, we move from Lisa 1, Lisa 2. Lisa 1, the honorable member admit that there was no provision in Lisa 1 for insurance. It was only when we amended, then we included that. I think the excuse was that, oh, we are doing a permit. We are doing a permit for the first time. So it was a trial. And then in Lisa 2, yes. Payara, yes. And in Yellowtail, because we had the opportunity to truly negotiate the Yellowtail license. And I say that because the honorable member did mention that when we took over, Payara was almost to the end of the negotiation stage. However, we were not satisfied with some of the clauses in that production license, and we took an extra month or so when we came into government to ensure that we put certain measures in place to bring more benefits to Guyana and to put more safeguards to the environment, because we introduced the fee for flaring. We introduced the fee for flaring as an environmental hazard and also as waste of gas, the economics in it too. So there is for environmental damage and also loss of revenue from gas being flared. We introduced that in Payara and a few other measures we put in place. But we had the opportunity to truly negotiate the Yellowtail license. And I want to say that Guyana is one of the few oil producing country in this part of the world that we will have a cap and stock in country, and that is included in the Yellowtail license. Imagine Brazil, I don't believe they have a cap and stock in country. There is no other oil producing nation around us. Trinidad don't have a cap and stock in country. Most of these countries pay the subscriptions, and the cap and stock is in Houston or some other parts of the world. Mr. Speaker, we have been doing that too. We have been paying for subscription for the cap and stock too. But we, as a responsible government, and since the honorable member asked, what are we doing to safeguard the environment? We, as a responsible government, decided that regardless that it will cost us a little more than the present subscription that we're paying, that we should go to the extra mile and bring a cap, or at least one cap and stock in country. Mr. Speaker, what is a cap and stock for the ordinary people who are listening to us? Basically, for everyone to understand, especially people listening to us, it's a big, heavy metal that should there be a blowout in a well or a leakage or whatever the case is, it will be deployed and to cover that well until corrective action is taken. In simple terms, that is what a cap and stock is. Now, previously we had it in Houston, Texas. Trinidad have never had, Suriname don't have, Brazil don't have. So what we are doing is that we're establishing Guyana as a hub, that this cap and stock can be deployed to any one of these countries should there be a spill in those countries too. Because as the honorable member mentioned, and rightly so, that a spill in any one of these countries will not affect that country alone. If there is a spill in Suriname, obviously it will affect us. A spill in Trinidad, obviously we will be affected. So we took that step to ensure that we bring that in country. Now, if we didn't have that in country, it means that if there is a leak or if there's a spill from one of the well offshore, then it will probably take over 10 days, maybe 15 days, depending on the availability of boats or ships and equipment to get that cap and stock from Houston, Texas into Guyana waters. With the advantage of having that cap and stock in Guyana, Mr. Speaker, means that we can deploy almost immediately, and that is the difference. So when you speak of safeguard and thinking or saying that the government is ramping up production and we are not putting safeguard in place, this is one of the major safeguards that we put in place as a new oil producing nation, one of the newest oil producing nation in the world, that we took this step to ensure that we bring a cap and stock in country. So as I mentioned, the honorable member information is a bit outdated because he's getting it from a former head and not the current head. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I was told that the previous administration concerned for oil spill led them to bring in some equipment, some oil spill equipment that somehow was packed in container and stored at the Chedijagan International Airport. That's the information that I received. And we can always check for accuracy if there is any dispute by any member. But I was told that these equipment were brought in country and they were stored at the Chedijagan International Airport for safekeeping. Safekeeping. Since then, we have deployed all the equipment to the Civil Defense Commission. And I must say that the Civil Defense Commission, the Ministry of Natural Resources, and the Environmental Protection Agency has been doing continuous workshop, continuous training along with our international partners on how to deal with oil spill and the cleanup after oil spill. Mr. Speaker, there is no country in the world that wants to experience an oil spill. There is no country that wishes to experience that. But as the member rightly mentioned, if you're an oil producing nation, then you must take precaution. You must take precaution. Hence, that is why we are doing this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we, as a government, we ensure that what we are doing to safeguard the citizens of this country is in keeping with best international oil practices. And we will continue to do so. We will continue to do so because we would have promised that we will keep developing on every single permit that is issued, every single license that is issued, every single new PSA that is negotiated upon, that we will continue to improve the conditions, and we will ensure that each one of them bring greater benefits to Guyana as we continue to grow our oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, we are not naive as a government. We rightly and quietly admit that the oil and gas sector is new to us. We are learning every day too. We are learning from countries that has been in this business for a while now. Hence our good relationship with Ghana, Saudi Arabia, and many other countries, so that we learn what is best practice and what we should do as a country to manage the oil and gas sector. We are not naive that these things cannot happen, but we are ensuring that we work with our partners to put every single measure in place to prevent an occurrence of this. And we must admit, I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, where the honorable member got his statistics from, that tomorrow there will be an oil spill by ExxonMobil operation. I'm not sure ExxonMobil, I'm not sure if ExxonMobil, again, maybe it's is old information, because I'm not sure ExxonMobil have so many operations around the world now as before. So maybe it's old information. Maybe it's old information, Mr. Speaker, but it's if the honorable member can maybe give us the source, we can always verify that. Mr. Speaker, as the honorable member mentioned, in LISA 1, there was no provision for insurance. There was no provision as to how we deal with an oil spill. We would have moved that a long way from where we came from. And as I said, we will continue to advance it. We will continue to develop, and we will continue to ensure that we bring best practices to the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, how can you champion the potential oil spill insurance coverage of a permit and not address the credit rating of the required insurance? That's the question I think we need to ask. A credit rating, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the selected insurance provider's financial ability to pay policy claims. It is the yellowtail environmental permit that makes an important leap to explicitly state the required credit rating of the issuer. And Section 14.5 requires that the insurance must be procured from an insurance company assigned grade A plus by the Better Business Bureau or equivalent as deemed appropriate by the agency. Hence, Mr. Speaker, defining the appropriate credit rating, the effective financial coverage for potential pollution damage. And these are some of the questions that we need to ask. These are some of the questions that we need to examine as we move forward, because it is an important issue. I would not stand here and say that it is not an issue that we should be worried about, or it is not an issue that Guyanese should worry about, or we should not take preventative measures. I've already outlined that we are one of the few countries in this hemisphere that is moving towards having a cap and stock in country. Mr. Speaker, the government also expanded a non-exhaustive list of insurance coverage, areas beyond the Lisa 2 permit. It is an explicit requirement that the cost of removal of wreckage and cleanup operations required as a result of an accident occurring in the course of permitted activities be covered by the internationally benchmark environment liability insurance. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, with regards to other measures that we're taking, for example, we are very careful as to how we deal with hazardous and non-hazardous waste management. As you're aware, there are a number of companies that would have established in Guyana to deal with hazardous waste now, and we are very careful as to how we move forward with that. Also, the chemical handling and management, because we know in the oil and gas sector, there's a lot of movement of chemicals offshore and onshore. Mr. Speaker, oil spill and emergency management, which states the permit holder, in the event of a discharge or spill of any contaminant into the water or on land, must comply with the polluter, pays principal, and is therefore responsible for eliminating or controlling the discharge or spill. Clean up the extent practicable and remediating any resulting damage, and monitoring of the impact and taking appropriate measures to prevent, reduce, and/or mitigate impacts consistent with the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan, the Oil Spill Response Plan, and the Environmental Protection Act. Mr. Speaker, it further states that the permit holder should provide the finances, equipment, and technical capacity to adequately and in accordance with International Petroleum Industry Environmental Conservation Association, API standards and recommended practices, or GIPP, appropriately respond to any emergency that may occur as a result of the execution of the project. And Mr. Speaker, these are negotiations that I know are taking place now. As I mentioned, we could have gone a far way had we been in possession of the documents that the honorable member spoke of. Mr. Speaker, I may come now to financial assurance and liability for pollution damage, which states clearly that the permit holder is liable for all costs associated with cleanup, restoration, and compensation of any damages caused by any discharge of any contaminant, including the cost of all investigations into pollution, incidents, or discharge of contaminants conducted at the insistence of the agency, that is EPA. The form of financial assurance shall be guided by an estimate of the sum of the reasonable, credible costs, expenses, and liabilities that may arise from any breaches of this permit. Liabilities are considered to include costs associated with responding to an incident, cleanup and remediation and monitoring. The estimation is not expected to address the unidentifiable or unestimatable costs which may be associated with compensation for lost and ongoing damage to other parties, and which are able to be pursued through civil action. So, Mr. Speaker, there are steps being taken by the Environmental Protection Agency and the Ministry of Natural Resources. as this is an important issue for us and for all Guyana and for the country, because if we're going to manage a modern oil and gas sector, and member rightly mentioned, our production will increase significantly. In another 5-6 years, we'll be close to producing over or almost 1 million barrels of oil per day. So this is something that as a government, we must take seriously. However, we cannot support the motion as it is, but what we can commit ourselves is to continue working, be it with EPA, be it with the opposition, since there is a willingness to do so, to ensure that we continue the negotiation and we move forward to ensure that we have that kind of protection against any possibility of an oil spill in Guyana waters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Our next speaker is the Honorable Member, Ms. Annette Ferguson, the Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise from this side of the Assembly to contribute to the debate and give support to the motion on liability insurance coverage of oil spills in Guyana, moved by my colleague, the Honorable David Patterson. But before going further, Mr. Speaker, it is sad to hear the speaker before me, the minister who has responsibility for the oil and gas sector here in our country, stating from the beginning that his government will not be supporting this motion. What a travesty, Honorable Minister. I am aware that the APNU AFC government, through the Office of EPA, commenced putting the framework in place since 2017. Sir, this must not go unnoticed. When the government took office, albeit installed as they are, in August 2020, rather than continuing on the good path and the framework that you would have inherited, you decided to abandon every good work put out by the coalition. But this is no surprise. First was the sacking of the Honorable Dr. Vincent Adams, a renowned expert in environment and also oil and gas. Then we also had the sacking of Dr. Mark Bino, another renowned and distinguished Guyanese who has experience and expert in that area too, who did a tremendous job at reshaping, that is Dr. Vincent Adams, the EPA, to move the EPA from what we would have inherited after coming to office in May of 2015. You know, we have on record here in the National Assembly, sir, the Honorable Minister David Patterson, who continues to share the state of the EPA when we took government. So what we did, we were able to reshape, remodel, and also ensure that the entity was fully outfitted with staff who exercise great professionalism in moving the EPA forward. But sir, what do we have today? We have the return of the old gatekeepers whose tenure and track record cannot be compared with what the APNU AFC government had. Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to be long, since my colleagues who came before me and to come after me have and will clearly advance arguments relative to the clauses contained in the motion. Not being an expert or trained in the fields of the environment or oil and gas, and which I have no intention of professing, if you were to ask me of my opinion on the clauses in the motion, my first reaction after reviewing the clauses, sir, would be that I see no harm in what is being requested. And I do believe that once implemented, it will be a win-win situation for both sides. And those companies operating for both sides, the government of Guyana and also the companies operating in the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, in contributing to the debates, my emphasis will be on a few clauses, starting with the second be it resolved clause, where the 12th Parliament is calling on the government of Guyana to include full unlimited liability coverage for oil spills and other disasters related to petroleum production as a condition for granting approval for the proposed yellowtail development and all other future petroleum development. Mr. Speaker, I believe what this particular clause is seeking to advance is quite reasonable. Because, sir, you would know, let us use a typical example. If you're going into a major investment, obviously you would want to ensure that your business is well covered by insurance in the eventuality, whether of fire, flooding, whatever the case may be. Even at the ordinary level here in Guyana, someone who would have taken out a mortgage, whether for a house or for a car or some equipment, those things too are also insured in the event of losses, damages, or theft. So, Mr. Speaker, requesting of the government to ensure we have full or unlimited liability when it comes to the insurance coverage in the operations in our oil and gas sector here should not be a difficult one for the government to implement. But the big question we may have to ask ourselves, why is it that the government is so reluctant on not ensuring that we have unlimited liability insurance coverage when it comes to our oil and gas here in Guyana? Mr. Speaker, while the government will boast of systems, and we've just heard from the other member, Vikram Bharat, who shared with us the mechanisms that they have in place and all the other things that they are doing to, for any potential oil spills, such as conducting frequent simulation exercises and other mechanisms in place. I do believe that much more is required to protect our environment, waters, and species from the harmful effects that it is likely to occur from the oil spills. You know, Mr. Speaker, we heard of the Honorable Member, Dr. Barrett Jagview, being big on, you know, the champion for the environment or champion for the earth, But, you know, the earth is a part of, the environment is a part of the earth. But sir, you know what is happening? A motion like this should be supported by the government, because if I am the champion of the earth and I speak so highly of the environment, the LCDS and all manner of things, why is it that the government is so reluctant in ensuring that we have the unlimited liability insurance coverage when it comes to oil spills here in Guyana? But Mr. Speaker, I guess both yourself and honorable members of this House would recall in December of 2020, the EPA responded to several small-scale oil spills. But sir, when I tried to read in to the information via the website, EPA's website, I couldn't find for the information. So apparently the information disappeared, you know, the information is gone. Therefore, sir, the request for the implementation of the liability insurance coverage should not be an uphill battle for this government or for any future government to come. According to information sourced from US EPA on, and I quote, threats from oil spills, unquote, poses serious threats to fresh water and marine environments. In the very article, sir, it further reported that oil spills also affect surface resources and a wide range of subsurface organisms that are associated with complex food chain and not escaping human food resources. Sir, we have read it all. We have read it all of the experiences that our fisher folks have been experiencing over the past couple of months, the depletion in their catches on a daily basis. And I was taken by surprise when the honorable member cited an example to say that because of the heaviness, the operations in the river, rather than the fishes swimming away, the fishes are actually swimming into the nets. I find that so ironic, sir. But you know, it's the PPP, so they feel that they can come and tell us anything and we just buy into it. Oh boy. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, oil spills also influence physical damage to the environment. We may say that private properties may not be affected, sir, since operations are way into the seashore. This is where I differ, sir. Reason for this, sir, is that lessons learned that private properties, whether building, land, or vehicles, persons suffered tremendous losses without compensation. And I can cite a particular case, myself and Minister Patterson, former Minister of Public Infrastructure, that came to our attention. In Essequibo, I think the area was Johanna Cecilia, where apparently previously the PPPC government did some work on the sea defenses. And because of the houses being near to the city fences and those huge equipment have to operate on a daily basis, persons' properties were damaged. And it was brought to the attention of the then Minister of Public Works, the Honorable Robson Ben, for the person to be compensated. Nothing was done, sir. It took the coalition government to review and investigate that particular matter, and we were able to pay the affected property owners compensation for the damages not created by the APNU or FC government. It was created during the period of the People's Progressive Party Civic. But as a caring administration, if a wrong was done to our people, it must be corrected. And that is what we did as a caring administration. So, sir, when I look at the 1, 2, 3, the third be it further resolved clause. And this is what this clause is saying or requesting of the administration, sir, that the government of Guyana conducts an independent analysis on the possible ill effects of an oil spill and present this report to the Parliamentary Committee on Natural Resources to be used as a reference for all other future oil development submissions. Sir, we've just heard from the Honorable Minister, who made it clear that the government will not be supporting this motion. Sir, you would also recall that major projects, whether CJIA, the Amilas Fall, the Gaisuko, the I think the fiber optic cable project, no feasibility studies were done to determine the cost benefit of these projects to the Guyanese populace. But sir, we know that this particular administration, they don't like to share information. I was taken by surprise when the Honorable Minister made mention that, you know, the model PSA, a model PSA was developed. What's the other one? What is the other one? Yeah, a model PSA was developed. Mechanisms are in place. It is only known to those folks over the other side. We are representatives of constituents and constituencies. And by right, sir, we must be provided with the adequate information. So when we go into our constituencies, when we hold public meetings and the questions are asked about the potential oil spill on our environment, we must be able to respond because we were provided with information. So I believe calling for the Committee on Natural Resources to speedily implement or call upon the government to have a thorough report done, I think it is a reasonable request. And any responsible administration, you've spoke so glowingly of caring for the Guyanese, so glowingly of protecting the environment, but still, why, Honorable Kwame McCoy, why you cannot adhere to the request in this motion? Sir, the final be it resolved clause, that if necessary, the opposition stands ready and willing to assist the government in getting back on track the expeditious acquisition of unlimited liability coverage for an oil spill. Mr. Speaker, you've heard from my honorable colleague who stated quite clearly that before we left government, we started to put the necessary framework in place since 2015. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? We would have seen the mismanagement of the COVID situation in Guyana. We would have seen the procurement of the Sputnik V vaccine for COVID. We would have seen how the government mishandled the distribution of the 25,000 COVID cash grant and many other infractions, many incompetent. So, sir, I believe that we here on this side of the house, we have the experience, we have the know-how, and we have the knowledge how to manage the oil and gas sector in this country. So, my colleagues on that side of the house, I invite you to invite us to sit at the table so that we can bring, you heard what David Patterson shared earlier. So we got the information. So we are willing, sir, to help the government because we know there are a bunch of incompetence across there. So, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, my contribution to the debates on this critical and timely motion before the National Assembly, I appeal to my beautiful and wonderful friends on the opposite side of the Assembly to look beyond, let's look beyond politics and let's work towards the interest of our nation and protecting our nation's patrimony gifted to us by Almighty God, our Creator. Let us demonstrate to our people, whether home or abroad, that with maturity, we can work collectively and consensually on matters and issues which can affect and impact future generations coming after us. We, sir, must and should set the framework. Finally, Mr. Speaker, history will judge us. The time to act is now. Let us not delay. Let us put Guyana first. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much, and may God richly bless us all.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Member Sanjeev Datadan to make his contribution.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. Thank the previous speaker, my colleague, for her farewell presentation to this House. But, Mr. Speaker, in dealing with the matter at hand, we have a rather curious motion before this House. Among the things it seeks is a resolution that an already well-established process put in place by the previous administration, which made a condition for the Liza 2 permit for guaranteed coverage of EEPGL's parent companies, agreed upon by EEPGL and was nearing completion when the current administration took office. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, an agreement that is nearing completion is incomplete, simple. a well-established process must mean that it would have been completed. It couldn't have been well-established if it was incomplete. It couldn't have been well-established if it wasn't agreed on what was established. These are very simple things. So regrettably, Mr. Speaker, it wouldn't make sense even if we wanted to agree to this resolution. Now, the other be it resolved clauses that are mentioned, which I'll come back to, all seem to relate, if we go a little further, a little earlier, whereas following the change in leadership at the EPA, the LISA 2 permit included provisions for unlimited liability of spills. Regrettably, Mr. Speaker, that's simply not true. There was no agreement as it relates to unlimited liability coverage. Insurance, Mr. Speaker, and this is important that we understand. Insurance are by contracts. Contracts are by agreement. When you have an agreement, then both parties sign. If both parties have not agreed, there is no agreement, there is no contract. There is nothing to bind you. Now, what is referred to and what is consistently referred to, Mr. Speaker, is about the doom and gloom that's possible. Reference is made to the Macondo oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico, which cost is stated in the motion to be $70 billion US. That respectfully, perhaps we can be enlightened where that record and how that figure has come about. But a $70 billion figure is apparently unknown to the rest of the world, including the people who are paying for it, and including the judges who are dealing with the litigation that is involved. Perhaps, as with most things in the petroleum sector, the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, has information no one else has. Now, it is important, Mr. Speaker, that we consider for a moment a few of the basic things that would relate to unlimited insurance. Unlimited insurance is, for example, if we're to think of it, to equate so that people might, the citizens might be able to appreciate how it works. There's comprehensive insurance for your car, and there's third-party insurance. Lesser insurances depending on circumstances. But even comprehensive insurance has a limit beyond which you will not receive coverage. Unlimited insurance presupposes that it matters not what takes place. The insurance coverage will exist. So whether it is $1, 1 billion, 100 billion, there would be that coverage. Now, perhaps the honorable member can look into what would be the cost. Can you imagine going to an insurance company for coverage that you don't know how much it's likely to be? So this becomes an assessment of risk that is unlimited. Now, can you imagine what would be the cost of such coverage? Such coverage, the cost, as with all costs, from the contract signed by my friends in the opposition in 2016, half of that would have to be paid for by the Guyanese people. Because as with everything else, that's the contract that was signed, that is the contract we must honor. But this unlimited coverage would have two very undesirable side effects. One, it makes the project itself expensive. It is likely to slow down the pace of growth, thereby affecting jobs and revenue to the country. Not only does it cost us revenue to pay for this policy, this unlimited insurance, not only do we have a cost incurred for that, we actually lose revenue because we're going to go slower. It makes projects that would otherwise be acceptable and financially viable to be no longer financially viable. And the other side effect is it takes small companies, small operators out of the equation because they would never be able to afford such insurance. Now, we're speaking of only the super majors of the world would be able to afford that. It means any hope of an indigenous industry is dead. It will not happen if you do that. Now, we've asked, and what has been said is about internationally accepted standards. Perhaps my friend could indicate to this House how many present fields under development have unlimited insurance. If he can tell us of any field on planet Earth that has unlimited insurance, then, Mr. Speaker, again, he would have information not in possession of any of the petroleum journals or has been declared by any of the petroleum companies. Again, Mr. Patterson is the holder of secrets. It's the little things, I'm told. Now, we are told in great and graphic detail about how much damage is likely to occur. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, oil spills are unpleasant things. The damage doesn't only last in the immediate aftermath. The damage, as you've heard from the speakers before me, could be longer lasting, and it can change an environment permanently. But Mr. Speaker, we have to take care against fear-mongering. We must cater for risk that is reasonable. We must cater for risk based on a percentage of likelihood. We don't need to cater for risk where there has been one on planet Earth of that magnitude. There was Deepwater Horizon, unique circumstances and relatively close to the shore. Very deep water. There was no equipment. Equipment actually had to be manufactured to be able to go down to the depths that it was. That took time. There was damage. It wasn't the worst spill on planet Earth. There'd been worse ones in the 1910s and 1911s, in 1910, 1911 off California. But of course, the world was a different place then. Now, in assessing risk, it would be a fair consideration as to what is the cost when you have an oil spill. What is involved in recovering from that? Now, insurance companies assess this around the world. Now, what would be the cost in every region? Per barrel, if you went, or if you looked at the average cleanup cost per ton of spilled petroleum, it's about $1,078 in Africa. In South America, where we are incidentally, it averages $2,158. Exxon Valdez, which was in Alaska, the cost of that was $24,000 a barrel, which is on the high end, which is in fact the highest. Canada, $6,146. Russia, $2,929. Asia, principally China and India, $16,000. Australia, $2,000. So, Mr. Speaker, unlimited coverage must be a component of what you perceive and what you expect. It's public knowledge, and it has been published in our newspapers, in at least 2 of the 3, repeatedly, the value of EPGL, the local entity, the valuation is about $11 billion. Now, what I understand being required by the member, the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, is he wants an assurance not only from the local operating company, but he wants an assurance from the parent company. And he refers to that assurance as unlimited insurance coverage. That is not unlimited insurance coverage, Mr. Speaker. That is a simple obligation. If you are a tortfeasor, a wrongdoer of any kind, you're obliged to make good whatever loss you cause. So that is not based on insurance law, and that is not based on insurance. And it is not helpful to require unlimited insurance coverage if really what you want to do is to vicariously have access to the larger company. So as a matter of what is being sought, there is much confusion. But if what will solve perhaps the issue is whether the parent company agrees to underwrite or to foot the bill in the case of damage, we must consider where our production is, what is the value of the local company, and whether we ought to have cause for concern. Mr. Speaker, these are not unusual matters. These are matters considered in the sector quite frequently. These are matters that are addressed by people in the sector quite frequently. This is how risk is assessed, the value of the company being an important component. And if you want insurance, then you should ask for insurance. And if what you want is a parent company to underwrite whatever damages it is, then that's a different thing. Entirely different matters. Now, we're referring to what would be the largest possible. Exxon Valdez was large, Deepwater Horizon was large. They were between 5 and 7 billion. The largest one, or the largest oil spill, was the Gulf War in 1991. And that was dealt with, that was entirely man-made. But we also have to look at how these things were caused. Now, insurance would cover if something were to happen with the FPSO itself, as if it were a rig, you treat it that way. It wouldn't apply as it would with Exxon Valdez, where the tanker ran aground. This is the boat that is carrying the cargo of petroleum. It wouldn't happen like in the Gulf War, where as an act of war, someone decided to set alight to all of the rigs. These are different issues, again. And again, if you were to try to obtain insurance for all of those matters, it would pretty much be near impossible, because those matters are usually covered by other considerations. Namely, if it was a tanker, it would be a third party. The other would, of course, be an act of war. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a curious part about what is being sought in this motion. The first, be it resolved, is The government recants, this is the elected government, and this government, this motion is asking to recant its decision to cancel the process already. I think it was moved already. Priya did it already. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. To cancel the process already established in 2017 of obtaining unlimited liability coverage. Herein lies the problem. There was no established process in 2017, and there was no unlimited liability coverage in 2017. So there could have been nothing to recant. So respectfully, the motion, what it seeks to say is simply factually inaccurate. Now, a process agreed upon by Exxon and made a condition of the Liza 2 permit. There is no contract of it, and there is no agreement that perhaps again, it is the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, who again has knowledge and information that the rest of the planet is not blessed with. Now, if he would, of course, share those, as the honorable minister, my colleague, has repeatedly asked, both in the press and today in this house for the umpteenth time, if he would be so kind as to share this information, we may all be better off. Now, and again says, was close to being finalized when this current administration. Mr. Speaker, this is playing games with words, all designed to conceal: A, there was no agreement before; B, there was no previous unlimited assignment; C, while it might hold lofty ideas and ideals, there was no agreement to this effect. So it's not to reinstate or to go back to what the previous administration did, because they didn't do it. There is a severe misconception when what is thought of as written into, if it was written into in those terms, in a license to be a binding contract. That, Mr. Speaker, is a whole other presentation of law. But suffice to say, that is also not an agreement. Now, the part about calling on the government of Guyana to include full unlimited liability coverage for oil spills and disasters. Mr. Speaker, we signed the contract. This is not disputed. This production sharing agreement is really the relationship between the two parties. You can't go about inserting clauses into your licensing part that defeats or impinges upon the principal agreement. That would be trite and simple law. You can express your ideals and your lofty hopes, but if you get no agreement, you cannot set about impinging upon the rights of the principal agreement. Now, the part about the government of Guyana, a further resolution, conducting an independent analysis on the possible effects of an oil spill and present this report to a parliamentary committee on national resources to be used as a reference for all future oil development submissions. My only comment on that is, why didn't you do it? You were there for 5 years. Because if you want to produce some detailed report about what happens with oil spills, and you want an independent analysis of what it is and the effects of an oil spill, forgive me, Mr. Speaker, but the way the honorable member was speaking earlier tonight, I thought he had that report. And I thought he knew what would happen. And I thought he knew all the doom and gloom that would be visited upon our country, our neighbors, and the planet as a whole. But apparently, he still needs an independent analysis. Again, I fear he might have this independent analysis that the rest of us in the planet don't have. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's a strange thing that the honorable member had policies, obviously, and implemented those policies when in government. And having been put out of government by the electorate, now says to this House that we want you, notwithstanding your lawful and elected government of the nation, to ignore what you are doing and to do what we were doing. I think there is a fundamental misunderstanding as to what the effect of elections and governance is. When you go to the election and you've lost it, the side that wins the election in our parliamentary democracy would have the right to determine policy and chart the course forward. You lose that right when you lose the elections, especially when what you seek to impose is one, disadvantageous to the country as a whole, based on documentation and facts only in your peculiar possession that you will not share, and most of all, does not fit the policy of the government of the day. So, as the honorable minister said, my friend, we've permitted references, well, not we, Your Honor, reference has been permitted to documents that have not been produced to this House. And only 25. So again, the poor member does not understand that none of those documents are in the permit. None of them are in the permit. So there is a substantial difference, Mr. Patterson, from when you say a document is referred to in another document, i.e. the permit, and when you actually present said document that you say is referred to. So now, Mr. Patterson, the position is quite simple.
Honorable member, I think that the standing orders are clear, that when you refer to members in this assembly, it's either comrade or honorable member.
I am guided, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member misunderstands the reading of what he's seeing as a permit, and he understands what the documents are. But again, these documents are there. So, Mr. Speaker, the position would be this. The resolution that is being sought in this House seeks to impose upon the nation some sort of a policy that is unfounded, unhelpful, and not in keeping with international standards. It would be, Mr. Speaker, a travesty to seek to support such a motion. It could not, you could never tell time. Now, in relation to unlimited coverage, this issue, of course, would have arisen in other jurisdictions. For example, following the Deepwater Horizon, in the United States, they wanted to change the legislation that allowed for a cap on liability, and they wanted to increase it. And it was pointed out that requiring an unattainable level of insurance for domestic energy producers will force the vast majority of companies out of that area and doing business in that jurisdiction. It will also remove the number of possible insurers that could exist for legitimate risk. It would cut domestic production. It would kill jobs, slow economic growth, and end up costing the government billions in revenue from lost business. Now, considerations have been made about whether there should be unlimited coverage in the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia. None of those jurisdictions thought that unlimited coverage was appropriate for the same reasons. It limited the field of people who would be able to do business in your country. Mr. Speaker, regrettably, I could not support this motion.
Thank you, honorable member. I now call on the Honorable Vincent Henry to make his contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Halika Jakuba, a greeting in Arawak. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the APNU-AFC coalition and the Guyana Action Party, I rise to support the motion submitted by Honorable David Patterson, re liability insurance coverage for oil spills in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, sometimes when you listen to some presenters, you believe that they believe that only they have all the information. But it is not difficult to get the information. It's not difficult. For example, we were hearing just now that the amount of billions of dollars worth to look after an oil spill cannot reach 70 billion. But when you look in the internet, in Wikipedia, Deepwater Horizon oil spill, the Mexico oil spill took like 87 days to be capped. From April 20th, 2010 to July 15, 2010. And some 4 million barrels of oil flowed. Just that amount, look at that amount, 4 million barrels of oil flowed. So to make it sound as if an oil spill is something that will be negligible, that will not, cause major problems for Guyana, is to really be selling the whole of Guyana short. Mr. Speaker, the Deepwater Horizon says that some $65 billion costs were spent on the oil spill. And this was written by National News, the writer Alexa Lardier, January 16, 2018 at 8:46 p.m. You want to hear the second it's been written? So information is there. And we have to give the information correctly. Mr. Speaker, this motion proposes that there be limited liability coverage for oil spills and other disasters related to petroleum production. God forbid, should this ever happen in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, it is well documented in our history books that my ancestors, the ancestors of the indigenous peoples of Guyana, were the first known people to live in the archipelago of the Caribbean and mainland of South America. As they moved from island to island, they ensured that whatever activities they engaged in were of no detriment to the environment or the oceans, the islands, the mainland of Guyana, and the continent of what is now known as South America. Mr. Speaker, the indigenous peoples of Guyana and the world at large have cultures and traditions that speak volumes to using only what is needed for sustenance and survival. Today, even though there's an avalanche of encroaching cosmopolitan cultures, our peoples continue to practice sustainable development and the preservation of the environment. Mr. Speaker, no one can disagree that when Christopher Columbus in 1492 got lost on his way to the East Indies and was found by my ancestors somewhere near Watling Island, the continent of South America, which includes what we now know as Guyana, inclusive of the adjoining ocean, was in a pristine state with its flora, fauna, and abundance of natural resources. The custodians of this gift to the world were the indigenous peoples, whose descendants continue to safeguard the environment of their villages, their lands, and utilize the environment in sustainable ways for their survival. Mr. Speaker, for the sake of clarity, please allow me to explain that although there are different theories emerging on who were the first peoples to inhabit portions of North and South America, it is not a theory, but a fact that the peoples whom Christopher Columbus met in the Caribbean and the mainland of what is now known as South America were the Arawaks, Caribs, Warraws, and other known and unknown indigenous nations, including the Akawayos, Patamonas, Ariconas, Makushis, Wapishanas, and Waiwais. I wish to also let it be known that these indigenous groups inhabited the Caribbean and the South American mainland, which includes what is now known as Venezuela, Guyana, Suriname, Brazil, and other countries. Like other indigenous groups in the world, they were nomadic and would move without limitations to what we now know as country borders. Indeed, they fiercely defended their territories, and they were tribal wars, but a big lesson to Guyana and the world. We, the indigenous people of Guyana today, see ourselves as one. This is a lesson that our modern country called Guyana should copy. Mr. Speaker, over the years since 1492, Guyana has metamorphosed, have changed. Today we have a nation that has 6 races. Also today we have a contract with ExxonMobil via its subsidiary EEPGL to conduct FPSOs of our petroleum. Most Guyanese, inclusive of the indigenous peoples, were euphoric when this news first hit us. Today we are more worried than ever. Mr. Speaker, in Guyana's quest to harvest untold wealth via the extractive petroleum industry, our current government in its political agenda seems not to care about Guyana's environment and its people. Our top gas and oil person in the EPA, Dr. Vincent Adams's contract was unceremoniously terminated. Most Guyanese knew that Dr. Adams stood as a guardian of our environment and wanted the best for Guyana. Mr. Speaker, should there be an oil spill, the entire coast of the Barima Waini would suffer the consequences. When this happens, our people who depend on the resources of the environment will suffer. This includes our fisher folk and their families. This will even domino into the non-availability of seafoods in our kitchens, and illnesses may very well increase in our population. Sadly, it is the indigenous peoples who experience the worst when effects of the abuse of the environment by others are felt. In this instance, it would be the indigenous people of Imbotero and other peoples of Region 1 who depend on the resources in the Shell Beach protected area for their survival. Mr. Speaker, it is established by the United Nations and recognized as a special right that free, prior, and informed consent must be practiced when policies and activities are to be done that can impact the lives of indigenous peoples. Unfortunately, the indigenous peoples who inhabit and utilize the resources of the area under possible threat, have not been consulted nor allowed to give their consent to allow oil exploration and mining to happen in their front yard. Mr. Speaker, our original thoughts were that the government of Guyana would have included our indigenous representatives when doing consultations on the petroleum industry. Also, it was our hope that mitigation against the negative aspects such as flaring and possibility of an oil spill would have been top of the agenda in discussions with the indigenous peoples and their representatives. Mr. Speaker, I have searched for information related to structured benefits to be made available directly to the indigenous stakeholders, including those on the first line of defense and the indigenous population as a whole, but have found nothing of substance. Mr. Speaker, this is typical. Throughout history, my peoples have been subjected to disrespect and abuse, including trinkets in exchange for our lands and resources. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to propose to the government and Exxon that special consultations be done to ensure that a modicum of free informed consent be granted by the indigenous peoples of Guyana. Also, that a strategy be developed to allow a flow of direct resources to the indigenous populations of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I say direct to the indigenous peoples and not to the government of the day, nor the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs, because to date, the status of the Amerindian Development Fund seems to be an unsolved mystery. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recommend that the consultations on our petroleum activities in Guyana be financed by Exxon and its partners and done in consultation with the National Two Shelves Council, the Amerindian Peoples Association, the Guyanese Organization of Indigenous Peoples, the South Rupununi District Council, and the North Rupununi District Development Board. These are all genuine organizations that represent the indigenous people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I also request that the indigenous members of parliament be allowed to participate in the deliberations. Mr. Speaker, the possibility of an oil spill on the coast of Guyana is real. We have listened to some who try to convince us that the chance of an oil spill is remote and that they are adequately prepared to respond if this should happen. But according to a Floodlight article, Exxon's drilling gamble off Guyana coast posed major environmental risk, dated 17th of August, 2021. It is misleading information. And an oil spill is very realistic. From the article I quote, in particular, BA is worried about a loss of well control or blowout which would cause a catastrophic oil spill. He finds that Exxon has not kept the risks of such events as low and reasonable, based on the documents reviewed. In addition, Exxon's plans for a potential oil spill response rely on methods that were heavily criticized when deployed in previous disasters. Exxon intends to use co-Rexit 9500, a chemical dispersant banned in the UK and faulted for several human and environmental harms when used in the Exxon Valdez and BP oil spills. Exxon also intends to burn oil on the ocean surface, even though it is drilling in the Amazon Orinoco influence zone, an area rich in marine biodiversity with rare and threatened species on which local indigenous and other fishers depend. Even with these measures, Exxon estimates a spill could send oil throughout the Caribbean Sea, across Trinidad and Venezuela, and as far as Jamaica, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, the article further stated that according to the former EPA chief Adams, Exxon is relying on Guyana's recently drafted National Oil Spill Response Plan. Yet there remains a wide chasm between what is written on paper and the government's ability to implement it. He further stated that Guyana has insufficient equipment, personnel, expertise, funding, and clear lines of responsibility to respond to a disaster. Adams also worries that the government will be forced to foot the bill if there is a disaster, because Exxon is placing liability for the project with a subsidiary. Mr. Speaker, according to Mr. Adams, Exxon will not deliberately cause an accident, but are taking a chance and hoping that nothing happens. Mr. Speaker, according to Murphy's Law, and I quote, anything that can go wrong will go wrong, end of quote. This is why we are requesting that there be a full liability insurance coverage for any eventualities of safeguard Guyana. Mr. Speaker, already we are seeing signs that the fishing industry is facing a massive underproduction in their output. This industry, according to Mrs. Annette Arjun, normally achieves about some 3 to 5% of our GDP. It brings in some 145 million US dollars annually and employs some 20,000 persons. It is also a main source of protein for our population. Mr. Speaker, should we get an oil spill, this industry will be destroyed and the effects would last for 10 years or more, even after a cleaning exercise. Mr. Speaker, another of the effects of an oil spill would be the destruction of the mangrove forest. Mangrove is known to sequester carbon more than tropical forests. Mangroves are not found abundantly throughout the world. The indigenous peoples of Imbutero depend on the mangrove forest for their survival. They catch crab and fish for their survival. The Imbutero Mangrove Reserve forms part of a 50,000 hectares of the Barima Mora Passage, which has one of the largest, most intact ecosystem, a mangrove forest in the country. And this we got from the climate test of Guyana's mangrove by David Papana, July 2, 2022. Another negative effect would be the destruction of the Shell Beach protected area, which according to the Wikipedia is located on the Atlantic coast of Guyana in the Barima Winey region, near the Venezuelan border, and is a nesting site for 4 of the 8 sea turtle species, the green, hawksbill turtle, leatherback, and olive ridley. Its land cover includes the largest and most intact mangrove forest in Guyana, with seasonally flooded savannas and sandy beaches. The vast mangrove forests serve as nurseries for some 59 species of fish and invertebrates, thereby replenishing the fish stock in the ocean. It also hosts Caribbean flamingos, West Indian manatees, Guyana dolphins, jaguars, and the scarlet ibis. Of course, the neighboring indigenous communities of Region 1 depend on this area for lots of their livelihoods. The Shell Beach extends for approximately 120 kilometers, and this comes from the Protected Area Trust, Guyana. Mr. Speaker, one major worry that we have is that the resources from the oil may not trickle down and benefit the men, women, and children in the villages and towns of Guyana. This is why the Guyana Action Party, in support of our colleagues who favor some amount of direct payments to the population of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this direct payments to our families in Guyana would help them to prepare for the negative effects that will be experienced if or when an oil spill occurs. But more so, Mr. Speaker, direct cash grants of some 200,000 paid quarterly to families, as proposed by the APNU AFC, will help our people to cushion the tsunami effects of the triple-down economic policy of the current PPP government. Mr. Speaker, we also have in our manifesto that a portion of our oil revenues should be utilized to build a city away from the lowlands of Guyana. We cannot with sureness say that the last major historical flooding was caused by the flaring of gas by ExxonMobil, but we all know that Guyana, as our administrative center, is becoming a lose-lose and unsustainable option for our future generations. Mr. Speaker, the Natural Resource Fund, also known as the Sovereign Wealth Fund, has among its objectives that natural resource wealth will be used to finance national development priorities, including any initiative aimed at realizing an inclusive green economy. With this in mind, I wish to propose as a comprehensive developmental strategy for the hinterland be developed. It is in the hinterland that we have people who have for thousands of years kept this environment intact and still remain as a it still remains as a valuable asset to Guyana and the world at large. Mr. Speaker, the natural resource sector of Guyana, which includes the oil and gas industry, is a very important facet of our country's future development. But it is sad to note that the parliamentary subcommittee, known as the Natural Resource Committee, has not convened a single meeting since the advent of the 12th Parliament. One can ask the PPP government, what are they trying to hide from the Guyanese people? Mr. Speaker, the hinterland people of Guyana are demanding that the policy developed and promoted by APNU AFC be continued. This policy advocated that the hinterland of Guyana be given its fair share of the national patrimony and opportunities for well-rounded developments. We also demand that the hinterland youth be given opportunities to get specialized training so that they can participate and get benefits from the oil and gas industry. Mr. Speaker, whilst it is good that Guyana strives to become a modern developed nation, it would be a catastrophe for us to not be cognizant that we cannot live without a healthy environment. Mr. Speaker, just imagine a Guyana in which only a few persons control the majority of the riches and the majority of the people live in poverty. Imagine an oil spill in the ocean and it's contiguous to our coast. Imagine that the flaring of gas continues in our quest to harvest our petroleum and the concomitant environmental and social degradation become institutionalized. In other words, let us imagine a Guyana that has allowed the resource curse to overcome and destroy our beautiful Guyana. Mr. Speaker, we, the indigenous people, are not against development, but we want to be part of it, and we want to indeed have a meaningful say in such big businesses that will affect us one way or another. Mr. Speaker, the safe and happy future of Guyana and all Guyanese is in our hands. Let it be safe hands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. I now call on the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, Honorable Member Mr. Robson Ben, to make his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, I am pleased somehow to give a few remarks in respect of this motion on liability insurance cover for oil spills in Guyana in respect of the developments offshore by ExxonMobil, the consortium, ExxonMobil, Hess, and CNOOC. Mr. Speaker, as was averred to by previous speakers, this is a rather strange motion, and it is particularly strange coming from the Honorable Member David Patterson, who had much to do in respect of the arrangements for after the actual discovery, after much time and effort in exploration for oil and gas in Guyana, the discovery towards the end of the PPP civics Torment government ending in 2015, and then the advent of the APNU AFC in power and seemingly based on what is here, having completely lost the plot in respect of what is needed and what had to be done in terms of the development and putting on strong footing the new oil and gas petroleum industry for the country. To cut to the chase, I might say I would like perhaps to refer to the fact that over many decades, we had come to the point where we recognized, when we had a visit from the US Geological Survey, and then I was then Commissioner of Guyana Geology and Mines Commission, where we recognized that we were in a position of having eventually, within less than a decade, the finding of oil offshore. It was certain. It required the continuing work in respect of the permitting of offshore concessions. We had the arrangements with ESSO. We had the difficulties they were having then to Exxon in Venezuela and the delays in respect of them coming to advance the development in the country, in the concession which they already had. And we had difficulties and visits to Houston, Texas, to urge them to push the exploration to the point where we knew there would be a discovery based on the number of holes drilled, but more particularly on the doing of three-dimensional seismics. But this all happened. We had the discovery, and we had a change of government then, 2015. And as I said, it seemed to have gone to people's head. Everybody became an oil expert. Everybody, particularly on the new government side in 2015, became an instant expert in respect of what would happen in the industry, in developing the industry. And then we've had a change again. And here, after thinking that they would have learned and would have settled down in respect of what is required for the continuous stable development of the oil and gas sector, we have the astonishing submission here, the astonishing submission of a motion in this House to have unlimited liability coverage insurance for the oil and gas sector, for the developments out there.
I would have thought that in the simplest of terms, and the fact knowing and having some discussion and understanding with the experts, insurance experts, assessors, all those much wanted persons who were in the EPA and so on, that such a motion would never have come to the floor of this House. It should never have come to the floor of this House. Mr. Speaker, these considerations, the acceptance of this motion, the creation of it, the writing of it, it has been properly derided by the speakers on this side of the House before me, before I came to speak. But the reason the investment has been made in the basin is because it has been completely de-risked in respect of the possibility for the developments which are on the way already out there. The fact that we could talk about moving from 100,000 barrels a day to 1 million barrels a day or whatever in 2026 or whenever speaks to the fact that all the experts, economists, the specialists in the fields, the geologists, the geophysicists, the technicians, all have come together to an understanding that this is a premier basin for the development of the oil and gas sector on the coast of South America, on the northern coast, and that it's fanciful. It's fanciful. A large flight of fancy for anyone to sit down and think that not only you must have complete liability coverage in respect of the development by the consortium here, but also by the parent companies beyond that. But why would anyone bring such a motion to this honorable House? Why would anyone who would have been a minister in the government and who has a genuine interest in the development and the stability and development of this country would bring such a motion to this House? Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in my view, I have to take the position that Anthony took in Shakespeare's Caesar. Mischief thou art afoot, take thou what course thou wilt. It couldn't be anything else but that. It couldn't be anything else about that. To create a discussion over what is a palpable non-issue, to create frivolous, seemingly intellectual, well delivered, well adumbrated on the floor of this House, but this is only an effort to continue the risky, risible discussion in the media, in the press, on the question of the development safe and sustainable for the country. The problem is that the APNU, AFC do not want the country to develop. You do not want the country to have stability. You do not want to have the poor you talk about to rise to the level where they will have the good life you speak about and are living, perhaps. You do the reason you are putting this out. You're the other side of the coin, which every day in a particular newspaper in this country attacks the development, particularly oil and gas, and in respect of investments into the country. No, you don't want it. You don't want, you want perhaps to be back here
carrying the development, but you're incapable of doing it. You had your chances. You're completely incapable. You don't want the development. It was you people, Mr. Speaker. This honorable gentleman, a vice president in this country, sat in amongst those and agreed and went along with the shutting down of the sugar estates and with the firing of the workers. Yes, right sizing it out of, Mr. Speaker, right sizing it out of existence. That is what you did. And you worked at right sizing too. On the Berbice River, you encouraged the blocking of the river to close down the bauxite industry there. But you love the people in Hururu, in Mapletown, in Kokwani, in Linden, and Aichuni. Right sizing, that's what you've been doing. Sir, your record is clear. Your record is clear. Yeah, you right size. You talked about right sizing at Skeldon when new lands were being developed, when there was a factory which had difficulties to be worked at, when there was mechanization being put into it, you closed it down, you right sized it. And this is a traditional pattern with those who have been associated with PNC, with the APNU AFC, in whatever form or fashion it is done, and with its travel partner, the AFC. Mr. Speaker, there is no real interest in partnership in this House and from that side of the House in respect of developing the country. All of the discussions and motions which come here are trite, irrelevant, useless, and saps up everyone's energy in useless discussion. And so I heard the member before me talking about, of course, the protection of the environment, the flaring of gas, and all of those things, which are considerations which have to fall into a general pattern, into a matrix which relates to the continuous sustainable development of our country. We do not need continuous naysaying. Yes, we need critique. We need useful criticism. We need proper founded debates. But we cannot spend all of our energy when we come here to debate motions like these in respect of our major industries, of the new industries, and the ones which we have to hand off to our young people so that they could thrive and have a better life than we ourselves are having. And so I continue to be extremely disappointed at the continuous mischief which resides in these types of motions, which particularly come from Mr. David Patterson, honorable member, of course, by convention of this House. Mr. Speaker, it is normal in any development for there to be risks. It is normal for any undertaking for those risks to be assessed. It is normal for an assessment of those risks to bring any investor, any person involved in that undertaking to make the decision as to whether to go ahead with the enterprise. It is normal for the commercial or the insurance industry beyond that to consider whether or not they would provide insurance for the undertaking.
It could not be, and it could only be arising out of this type of motion that one would think that no insurance company anywhere in the world would give unlimited liability insurance in respect of an undertaking as is suggested in this motion. It's completely impossible. It's completely impossible. And so, in fact, the entire discussion is a complete waste of time. A complete waste of time. And the Honorable Member Patterson should be ashamed of himself. All the pontification and pomposetting is only puts people in the position to think that they're hearing real, intelligent, intellectual, properly founded discussion. But it's not, it's trash. It's trash. And so I can never and will never and will not support this motion as presented here, as put forward here by the yes, Honorable Member David Patterson in this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now call on the Honorable Member, Ms. Amanza Walton Desir, to make her contribution. Honorable Member, yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I'm on my feet, I want to start off by thanking the Honorable Member, Mr. Dharmlal, who was kind enough to point out today, albeit in his usually bombastic manner, that I erred in some of the computations that I made when I was speaking. And my intention was to indicate monthly, and I said weekly. And I had a little bit of comic relief, Mr. Speaker, during the tea break, because I smiled and thought that I was in good company. I mean, no less a person than the highest office holder of the land had said to our people that 5 times 5 is 20. And the Minister of Education said she's a preposition. So, Mr. Speaker, I think at this rate, if we continue like this, you may have to call Mr. Lee and Ms. Fong and have classes for all of us in this National Assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Dharamlal's quip was quite funny, and I thank him for bringing that to my attention. What is not funny, however, Mr. Speaker, is the Minister of Natural Resources' lack of understanding of the marine environment and the fish. I sat there in consternation when he made certain statements. But Mr. Speaker, that is what happens when you take a computer technician and put him in charge of a natural resources ministry. They don't know what they don't know. And the entire government, the entire administration.
Honorable Member, are you imputing that the Honorable Minister of Natural Resource is a computer technician? As far as I know from reading a lot of the members' CVs. He has a degree, in, right, in computer technology.
Mr. Speaker, I had not used the term technician in the context of his level of qualification, merely to connote the fact that he was a technical expert. It does not, however, detract from the point that I'm making, that his area of expertise is computer science and not the management of natural resources, which is why he can stand here and say about fish and not operating at a certain depth and so on and so forth, completely misunderstanding the issue. Mr. Speaker, we have a situation in the sector where, like I said before, this government does not know what it does not know. And that is dangerous. It is dangerous for the people of Guyana. It is dangerous for our nation. And I was quite disappointed to hear the honorable member, Mr. Minister Ben, suggest that debates of this nature in the National Assembly is a waste of time. It is regrettable because I would want to draw to their attention, and I believe that the honorable member Datadin might have alluded to the fact that no less an organization in the US Congress deliberated on this question. And irrespective of whether it became law or not, there was merit in discussing it, merit in looking at the pros and the cons. And it's so disappointing to hear an experienced minister say that such discussion is a waste of time. Completely unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, completely unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, I sat and I listened to the Honorable Minister Vikram Bharat when he spoke about the capping stack, not the fish, the capping stack. And the way you said it, sir, suggested, or I should say, Mr. Speaker, the way he said it, suggested that this was some novel requirement by the government of Guyana, when the truth is that capping stocks became mandatory after the 2010 oil spill. It became mandatory that you have one as close as possible on shore to operations. So don't come here and say that if this is some novel idea that you came up with. The reality is that since 2010, subscription or not, you are required by law to do it. So don't come here to tell the people of Guyana like you have come up with some novel idea. But you see, reading is fundamental, researching is important. The other thing that I sat and I listened to in consternation, Mr. Speaker, was the admission of the Honorable Minister that they knew at the time that they said to the people of Guyana that they would renegotiate the contract, that they had no intention of so doing. He said that they couldn't do it because big businesses require stability and we must eschew uncertainty. He said it, which means that just like how they promised to make sugar great again, and we can't find sugar in the shop, they lied. Well, I can't say lied, sir. My apologies. They misled. Their mendacity was on full display when they said to the people of Guyana that they would renegotiate the oil contract. But we can't expect better from the PPPC administration. They continue to mislead these people, the people of Guyana, our people. They continue to mislead the people. So I wanted to make those interventions before I turn my attention to the substantive motion. Having established that these types of debates are necessary in the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, I propose to I won't be before you long, but I propose to look at the international legal framework for this type of thing. And yes, notwithstanding that oil production has been a sector that has been around for some time, the legal framework continues to be crystallized, it continues to be negotiated, and it continues to be in metamorphosis. So, Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague, Mr. Patterson, has outlined in very stark terms what are the possibilities that could arise or eventuate from an oil spill. And we agree, and the speakers on the other side agree that it is a serious matter. Mr. Speaker, I want to look at our obligations as a nation state, Guyana as a nation state. What are our obligations in the context of the international legal framework? Mr. Speaker, in this context, the position is clear. States are liable for claims arising from loss or damage resulting in a breach of its obligation in international law, including, Mr. Speaker, pollution damage and damage to the environment. Mr. Speaker, this is notably codified in Principle 2 of the Rio Declaration, which says that states have this important duty. It refers, and I want to quote here, states' responsibility to ensure that activities within their jurisdiction and control do not cause damage to the environment of other states or areas beyond the limits of national jurisdiction. They have a responsibility to ensure against this. Mr. Speaker, there is also case law in this regard. In 2010, the ICJ, the pulp mills case is instructive. In that case, Mr. Speaker, the Corfu Channel case was cited, as well as the nuclear weapons advisory opinion. And they reaffirmed, and I want to quote here again, that the state is obliged to use all of the means at its disposal in order to avoid activities which take place in its territory or in any area under its jurisdiction, causing damage to the environment of another state. And so, Mr. Speaker, you are seeing this issue in a number of contexts. You are seeing it in the context of the people of Guyana being affected, and you are also seeing it in the context of transnational pollution. There was an article in the Guardian where our sister CARICOM states registered their concern about oil spill pollution and how it could adversely affect their economy given their dependence on tourism. Mr. Speaker, this is not a matter to be taken lightly, and I reiterate that it is in this House that we must come and ventilate these matters to the betterment of the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the fact remains that whether we seem to have a disposition, sir, to quip about things that are not important. What is important, Mr. Speaker, is that we understand that if disaster occurs, somebody will be held liable for the damage. All of the damage, somebody will have to pay for it. And so this House must preoccupy itself with the important matter of making sure that the state of Guyana is not burdened, or if we are burdened, that we have the capacity to meet those claims. That is what we must be discussing in this honorable House. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is entirely possible that an oil spill could wipe out our entire GDP. So this is not a matter for playing. We need to be serious about this. And Mr. Speaker, if the members on the other side of the House want to have meaningful discourse on this, they should with alacrity convene the Natural Resources Committee so that we as an assembly can get together and speak on these matters and come out of that room with the best possible solution for Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, this industry, as we all know, is very new to Guyana. And I want to caution us that this ostrich-like approach that the government has of burying its head in the sand will be to all of our detriment. We are still focusing on tit for tat, when the reality is that for the people of Guyana to benefit from the patrimony that this oil resource that it represents, that it will require a bipartisan effort to deliver that to Guyanese. It will require us, Mr. Speaker, to stop being petty and get together and deliver for the people of Guyana. We have to work together, Mr. Speaker. I want to say, sir, that we ought to be concerned that the World Bank recently downgraded our capacity as it relates to the legal and institutional framework and the strengthening of our capacity to key institutions to manage the oil and gas sector. It moved from moderately satisfactory to moderately unsatisfactory. And Mr. Barrett comes to this House honorable member to say to us that they are doing the most, when the World Bank is clearly indicating that they're probably doing the most in the wrong direction. Because like everything else, we continue to fail. We have fallen on the transparency index. We have fallen on the corruption index. And now we have been downgraded to moderately unsatisfactory. Mr. Speaker, the people of Guyana do not have time for moderately unsatisfactory grading in the oil and gas sector. It is unacceptable. So to hear the Honorable Member Ben come to say that such debate is not necessary is a non-issue, is appalling. Mr. Speaker, like I said, I would not be before you long. I just really believe that it was important for me to bring those matters to the attention of the House, irrespective of what you want to call it. The people of Guyana only care about the fact that if something happens, that we, our children and our children's children will not be faced with a debt to pay because this government refused to address this matter with the diligence that it required. At a bare minimum, whatever the form it must take, we must at least, sir, we must at least have some kind of backing from SO Guyana's parent company that will say, look, we will indemnify and we will insure against all of the risks involved. And that they not just leave it on the Guyana subsidiary, who will not have the capacity to address that. At a bare minimum, that is what the people of Guyana deserve. I acknowledge that it could be a little more technical than that, but I'm putting it in the lowest possible terms so that we understand that it is a bare minimum that the people of Guyana deserve. And so, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion. I support the discussion on this motion. And I would like to commend this motion for the consideration of this House, not just for us, but for the benefit of the people of Guyana and for our future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Ms. Amanza Walton Desir. We have had change. The Honorable Attorney General will not be speaking, but instead the Honorable Minister Deodat Jindar will be making a contribution. Honorable Minister in the Office of the Ministry of Public Works, you may make your contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard some presentations tonight with respect to the motion by the Honorable David Patterson on unlimited insurance coverage. And there was a point where I became ears blind to some of the comments that were coming from the presenters from the other side. Mr. Speaker, I have perused this document word for word that the honorable member has put before this House. One of the first things that I picked up was the cost that he put in the whereas of 70 billion for the BP Deepwater Horizon spill. If a person, and the honorable member Amanza Desir said she researched, but if a person would simply just put in Google the costs for the BP spill, it will not amount to 70 billion. So far, only 14 billion has been paid between fines and claims. What is said in the article by Reuters.com, what is said is that the analysts themselves said that it can amount to around 65 billion US dollars. The analysts are saying that it can amount only if gross negligence is proved. That is an analyst's perspective about gross negligence. And the honorable member Vincent Henry quoted time and so please allow me, Mr. Speaker, to quote Reuters, March 3rd, 2012, 10:52 p.m. That was the release of the article. And I direct everybody to go check that. And they will see specifically exactly the cost breakdown of the damages. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to just respond before I go into the context of this motion. I want to respond to some of the comments made by the honorable member, Ms. Desir. Now, the PPP has never, ever said we were going to negotiate the contract. It is in our manifesto that we will have better contract management. Better contract management. It is the APNU, that said, that put the stability clause in the PSA agreement. They are the one that signed the 2016 PSA that has a stability clause. Mr. Speaker, the stability clause in that contract, even Houdini cannot come out of it. How it's designed. It is that of a stability clause that the APNU government, Mr. Ramjatan, you were part of that government too. You were part of that government too. You were part of that government too. I will supply to you the manifesto that we were elected upon, and you will see it in there. Mr. Speaker, this document, well, I'm glad you all wake up because everybody was sleeping on the other side just now. Why is that, Mr. Jordan? Good. I want to come back to this document that Mr. Patterson, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, has put before this House. This document is superfluous. This document is an outlier. What this document tends to do is show you the extremes of what can happen. This is what they have drawn is the example of the extremes. My colleague Minister Ben, said mischief is afoot. I suspect and I believe that this motion is designed to chase people out of this country. Literally chase people out of this country. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you why. It's designed to do that. It will, hold on. I listened to you all quietly. I didn't disturb you all. You listen to me now, sir. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention that this motion that was brought here speaks about transnational effects of oil spill. There is a whereas column here. There's a whereas paragraph that speaks to transnational. It speaks to the Caribbean risk of the Caribbean countries being affected by the oil spill. It speaks to the cost, about $70 billion. It speaks to a whole host of things. But what it also speaks about, Mr. Speaker, is unlimited liability. Now, any person that runs a business in their right mind, frame, and sense will never commit to an unlimited liability. The reason being is, how do you calculate unidentifiable costs? How do you calculate inestimable costs of future claims? How in the world does a company do that to calculate those costs? How do they account for that in their books on a yearly basis? How do they find what is the liability of costs that cannot be identified, costs that you cannot estimate? How do they put that into the financial records as provision? There is no accounting standard under the International Financial Reporting Standard or even US GAAP or other GAAP. There are no accounting standard that will assist you in this. Yet, the Honorable Member Patterson, the Honorable Member said to this House that they were at a closing position on getting a company such as Exxon to sign an unlimited liability coverage. Now, because he has no document to show for that, it is just rumshab gaff, Mr. Speaker. Rumshab gaff. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to your attention what the EPA has been doing. The EPA, in fact, Mr. Speaker, before I go there, the manner in which the presentation were made by the Honorable Member Patterson, it seems like we have a Wild West operation going on here. Like we don't have systems in place, we don't have laws in place to deal with environmental issues, environmental liability issues. Mr. Speaker, I point to the Environmental Protection Act, sections 19, 27, and 39, that speaks to liability. And it is enshrined in the permits that we have granted for Liza 1, Liza 2, Payara, and Yellowtail. And as we are going by, we are getting better at it, Mr. Speaker. We are getting better at it. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to your attention that this motion speaks about cleanup costs and damage to the environment, marine life. The Honorable Minister spoke about the depth and the distance where this operation is being taken place. The fishing vessels that we have do not go to those grounds. They don't have the boats that they have do not go as far to these grounds. But yet, we are hearing that it's affecting marine life. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to your attention, in Karnataka and in Goa, in India, the sardines represented 30 to 40% of catch. It went down from 2016. It went down to 15%. Now it's 5%. That is a place that is far away from Guyana, yet they're experiencing fishing catch issues. How can we say this is just a Guyana problem? The Caribbean, different nations are affected because of climate change issues, because biodiversity systems are being eroded. How can we say it's just Guyana? Acidification of the ocean as well is causing marine life and reefs to disappear. How can we say it's only Guyana? It is designed to rile up feelings in the fisher folks' mind. That is what these comments are for, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this motion is designed, I believe, to chase investors, chase people out of Guyana so we left bare. Guyana and the citizens of Guyana deserve to develop the oil, legitimate right to develop their oil. so that the country can benefit from it. Mr. Speaker, let me just draw an example. When I was in the private sector, I took a trip to Newfoundland with a team of private sector leaders. And when I was there, they had four platforms. They had, let me give you, they had the White Rose, they had the Hibernia, they had the Terra Nova, and lastly, they had the Hebron platform. The Hebron platform, or the Hebron field, was discovered since 1981. Mr. Speaker, they only started production in 2007. The reason for that long delay in having realized the resources of that province is because of a lot of environmental permits that were required. It took them very long, Exxon and their partners, very long to start production. Is it, I have to ask the question, is it that is what the honorable member is putting a structure in place for liability to do the same for Guyana, to stymie development, to make that development from the time you find the oil to develop and start producing a long drawn out process so Guyanese cannot benefit? Is it the intention of this? I asked them the question and I hope the answer is that the reasoning for this motion before this House? I hope not. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk to you about, and this House, about the APNU Green State Development Strategy. A lot of us seems to forget that. Now, we, on this side of the House, have the Low Carbon Development Strategy, a formidable strategy adopted. We got financing for it as well. Mr. Speaker, they had a Green State Development Strategy. It's never moved past a draft. Nothing in there speaks about the environment. Nothing in there speaks about spill and so on, that the now Honorable Member Patterson is claiming to do. When they were in the government, it took them years to get the document from conceptualization to draft. Never did it make it to a document with a signature that says we have to implement. And if you look at the document, Mr. Speaker, there is no initiative in the document. There's no deliverable in the document. The document was just fluff. And that is their record. And I have that document and I will lay it to you, Mr. Speaker, so you will see for yourself and you can share it with the newer members of this House who do not know about that document. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about some of the safeguards they have currently. Now, Exxon and their partners, either Repsol or Tullow or whoever the operators offshore, they are not new in the game. These are seasoned oil and gas companies. They have good systems. They hire tier one contractors that are world-class. On the umbilicals on the seafloor, Mr. Speaker, Technip FMC does that, a world-class company. On the manifold and the risers and the jumpers fabrication, Saipem does that, a world-class company. On the inspection and so on, they use, when they do the welding and so, they use NDT, non-destructive testing. There's an X-ray that shows if you have any crack in the weldings. World-class company does that. The technology is world-class. When they hook up the FPSO and they commission it, the movement of crude from the FPSO into the we call the cargo vessel carriers or the VLCC, the very large crude carriers, there are systems in place and hookups in place and tugs around the FPSO that allow for the transfer of crude from the FPSO into these crude carriers in a very secure manner. Nobody says all spill don't happen. It happens all the time. But what this tends to do is tell you about the worst one in the history of the country. Let's talk about Trinidad, who's right next door. Since the honorable member wants to impose these requirements on Guyana and the companies operate in Guyana, let's talk right neighborhood in Trinidad. Trinidad has been in operation producing oil 110 years. They have produced around 8.77 billion barrels in that 110 years. I cannot remember of any significant spill there. I cannot tell you if their companies that operate in there have unlimited liability imposed upon them, because the minute you try to do things like that, you're literally telling the companies, we don't want you. You head out. That is what effectively you're doing. And I draw a comparison right next door to us. So this motion, Mr. Speaker, I say to you that I believe that is a mischievous thing. It is a mischievous thing to bring a motion with these kind of whereas clauses inside. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk a little about fabrication and fabrication technology that is used right now offshore. These are world-class fabrication technology that is used offshore. It didn't born yesterday. It didn't born last year. It has been happening since the beginning of the oil and gas industry. And it gets better because what we have offshore, as the Honorable Minister said earlier, is 5,000 feet down. It is deep, ultra deep waters. The technology is new and is world class. Nobody says that you cannot have an oil spill, but the systems are there to. No company in this world would have a system in place and don't think about the health and safety impact of it and the environmental impact. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk a little about the American Petroleum Institute and the standards they have. They have partnered with the Guyana National Bureau of Standards. That institute have inspection standards. So on the water flow lines, on the water manifolds, on the water umbilicals, all of the risers, the jumpers, they normally have ROV operated rovers to go down and do the inspection because of wear and tear, because of buildup of mud, sand, whatever soil around the pipe. So they have to go and do inspection. There's inspection standards in the permit that the Ministry of Natural Resources issued to the operator have those requirements inside that you have to do inspection. And the American Petroleum Institute is a standard bearer on those kind of inspections. So, Mr. Speaker, the flow lines, the risers, the jumpers, the manifolds, the umbilicals, all of those, they have safety systems around them. People just don't put down stuff just like that, bring up oil at a particular pressure and don't have these systems in there. They do have them. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this motion in its current form, asking companies to have unlimited liability for spills that may or may not happen in the future, we don't know when, is superflux. Nobody is saying here that the event of an oil spill is not possible, but it has to be measured and you have to make sure that you do it in a proper manner, not like this. So, Mr. Speaker, these are my contributions towards this motion. And I say, in its current form, it's not acceptable. And it shouldn't even be in this House, in this form. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. David Patterson, to conclude the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Colleagues. I'd like to thank the members on both sides that contributed to this motion. I must say, as usual, I'm extremely astonished by some of the assertions that came from the other side, from the government side. I do think that, and I do think that sometimes that we are living in an alternate universe. I do think that, you know what I mean, obviously that their internet is encrypted. So that whenever they Google something, you know what I mean, it goes to the vice president, he vets it and he sends them back, he sends it back to them, and then they regurgitate it, sir, because it's absolutely mind-boggling to hear some of the comments there, sir. And I start with the gentleman that is leaving there now. Got up to say that the PPPC never said that they will renegotiate the contract. Imagine that, sir. Sir, but I refer to documents, sir, that you are very well acquainted with, or should be, or maybe. The PPP 2020 manifesto. And of course, you know, I mean, I've heard the honorable member Vikram Bharat say that, oh, I'm in possession of documents that they don't have. So I'm assuming none of them, sir, that spoke were in possession of their own manifesto. Because the only way, sir, that they can make such utterances with such straight faces and believe and want the citizens of Guyana to believe it. Sir, but I will quote, sir, this is 2020, sir. Well, the color is obviously red, red and yellow. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir, my colleagues. And sir, I'm trying to get the page. Oops. Oh, yes, that's page 23 of 56, sir. Page 23 of 56, sir. In 2020, immediately engage the oil and gas companies in better contract administration and renegotiation. And I know, sir, they will say that we somehow or the other plagiarize this. Yet they have the temerity and the gall, sir, to get up here and tell this nation that they never, ever said that. They never, ever. To ensure our oil resources managed responsibly, the PPPC will immediately engage the oil and gas company. Sir, in 2020, they only had one company. In better contract administration and renegotiation. In black and white, sir, but maybe, sir, Honorable Member Ramjatan made it up, or the leader of the opposition. Because that is what they like to go and tell their constituencies. Sir, no, well, no, sorry, no, he won't understand if I do. Anyway, it's an honest, you know, I'm coming to that. Sir, the reason we on this side bring motions like this is for this exact same reason that the people that we just heard there. So that we can have it enshrined in our records, so that the Hansards could record our position. Sir, so in the unfortunate event that there is ever an oil spill, we can record and replay that the minister in this government said it's a non-issue. It's trash. It's nonsense. Bringing a motion, sir, and he questioned the minister. What is, let me get it right, that is mischief, continued mischief, he said. That is why, sir, we're bringing this motion here, and I'll tell you upfront, and we will continue to do it, and we will continue to let the Hansard record the misinformation and the untruths, the backpedaling, sir, on their promises, sir, and they're the party that love to get up and say it out. Our manifesto is our Bible. We went to the people, and this is what we promised them, and that is why they voted us in. That is why we come here, sir. Time, yeah, they'll edit it out. Time longer than twine, sir. Sir, so the honorable minister, sir, who's in charge of GGMC, sir? You would have thought previously, sir, would have the environment and the geological safeguards at heart, sir. Said that this is an astonishing submission, sir, a motion to protect our environment, sir. It's a palpable non-issue. Sir, I would like to ask all of the members over there, sir, when protecting our livelihood and environment becomes a palpable non-issue. When, sir, that has become anti-developmental. Sir, this environment, this country, what we have here, sir, before oil and gas brought us to where we are. We would not, if we have, sir, if we did not protect our environment, protect our livelihoods, sir, we would not have been here to benefit from the oil and gas industry. And you now can't come because oil and gas has been discovered and push everything, sir, down the, and negate everything, sir. Sir, the honorable member says that these motions are continued mischief. And he cheered on, sir, as I always say to the bobbing heads at the time, sir, they just bob and thing. Continued mischief with these motions. So let me say, and let me assure you, Minister Ben, let me know this continued mischief is my duty. It is my duty to my country and my people. And I will continue to bring motions like this, and you, sir, can continue to call them anti-developmental. The Hansard will reflect, the Hansards will reflect that this member said that protecting our environment from future hazards is trash. Sir, we are stating our position for the records. You did, sir. You can get up and object if you like. You did.
Mr. Speaker, I said that the unlimited liability position of the motion was trash.
Sir, we heard comments, sir. We heard comments about the fish being 100 miles off and 5,000 feet. The drilling is 5,000 feet away under the sea floor and those things like that, you know what I mean? And sir, the question of if it was the oil drilling operations were affecting the fish, instead of going away, they would be swimming into shore and jumping into our nets. That is, sir, what the Minister of Natural Resources put there, sir. However, I would like to refer this House, sir, to the budget speech and the budget debate and the budget that passed, sir. The members over there, the Minister of Finance, sir, included 200 million Guyana dollars to build fish traps. So you can remember that, sir? And the reason and glowingly, sir, I think the honorable member, it comes on the Ministry of Agriculture, and he stated quite clearly that they're gonna put these traps in the middle of the ocean and drop them down to catch fish. They haven't started as yet. They haven't started as yet, sir. You see, sir? Sir, you see, sir? When they have no idea, sir. They're building fish traps, sir. Why would you need fish traps and $200 million when the fish are eager to come and run in the shore based on Minister Natural Resources assumptions, sir? Sir, Mr. Speaker, then the minister made another stunt, the minister, Vikram Bacha, and it's a pity, and I say this, and I've said this before, right? Notwithstanding him being a computer expert, I won't say technician, and I like him. I find he is one of the most straightforward and approachable ministers. However, sir, he has been given a basket. He has been given a basket to fetch water. right? Sir, sometimes I reckon that he may wake up just like the rest of us and the vice president has announced something and then say, Vic, deal with it. He doesn't even know what it is. And I think that his response to the motion today is probably just evidence of that, sir. The vice president said, Vic, you're natural resources going to talk on it, sir. He spoke nothing, absolutely nothing on the limits, absolutely nothing on what the insurance will cover. He absolutely provided the country and his parliament absolutely no insurance, no assurance whatsoever that he has a plan. Then, sir, he made the astonishing claim, as they don't normally do, when their backs against the wall, blame the APNU AFC for the problem, sir. So when he says that the APNU negotiated the PSA, why didn't you put include unlimited insurance coverage in the PSA, sir? Because if we had a better deal, he's implying, sir, that if we got a better contractual deal, you could now ask for unlimited insurance. Sir, Vikram, Minister, even if we had the best deal possible, that has nothing to do, sir. We could have gotten royalties at 95%. That has nothing to do with our insurance coverage, what we're asking here about, and the protection of our environment. All that means, sir, is more money for you all to squander. So sometimes there's small mercies in certain things, sir. So I wanted to do it. Then he makes a claim that how they've introduced fee for flaring. Fees for flaring, and he says it is such thing that it's a good thing, sir. Sir, you allow someone to pollute your environment, cause untold damage. I explained all the toxins that you find in flaring of natural gas. I mean, I went in a previous presentation. But here is what they're expecting, that they charge a paltry $45 US for metric ton of flaring. So it's quite okay. It is what they're saying. It's quite okay that you can destroy our environment, condemn our future, because of course our climate change is the biggest use. Climate change is the biggest issue. They can condemn our future generations, right, to untold environmental hazards once he collects his poultry and the government, the poultry feed. It's quite okay for the companies to flare. You collect the money almost. And then, sir, yes, and that is the learned attorney general, sir. That is the learned attorney. Then he made reference to Payara, and they came in and they asked for 2 or 3 weeks before, 2 or 3 weeks extra because they weren't satisfied. And he's yet to lay and make public the Allison's Redford report. He's yet to make public. Sir, he's yet to make these things public, sir. Website. Yeah, we'll get it. It's not there, sir. Then, sir, he got up. Then, sir, and as my colleague Amansis made up, he got up and made a thing. There's a cap and stack. As though, well, there was never ever any cap and stack. And until he got the job, there's a cap and stack. Sir, in an article on March the 19th, 2019, the then director of the Department of Energy, sir, and I could quote, capping stack decommissioning pack among LISA 2 requirements. My apology, it was May the 4th, 2019. Sir, and he said that one of the requirements for us for Exxon to have a cap, for their permit to be, this is, sir, Oil Now. You should know this well. Oil Now, you're featured quite often in there. May the 4th, 2019, sir. Oil Now. Sir, the establishment of a region, this is May 2019, sir. the establishment of a regional capping stack or other solution to ensure that a capping stack can be deployed within 3 days of a well-controlled event in the event of a loss of containment, sir. Sir, didn't I just tell you, sir? Did you hear it? Thank you. Thank you, sir. So, sir, he gets up and he shouts Eureka, and then they'll go, and then, of course, the newspapers will go and say that the capping stack was something invented and thought about by the minister and his colleagues. Sir, what he's trying to do, sir, is said, well, here, we've reduced 3 days to 1 day, right? We told them you must have it within 3 days to the website. And it's now, sir, the greatest achievement that you have accomplished, sir. But congratulations, Honorable Minister. Then, sir, he made a statement, and I want to say, so even on the AP and UAFC administration, oil spills were always an oil spill containment were always under the purview of the Civil Defense Commission. Gets up and lavishly says, well, the Civil Defense Commission now is the looking after it, and they're doing, sir, the whole oil spill, the embryonic stage started with the Civil Defense Commission, and it continued. We made no big hoo-hoo with it, but sir, obviously it is, sir, a great achievement for him to figure it out after we have left, that the Civil Defense Commission are responsible for oil spill responses, sir. Then, sir, we had a potential aspirant, sir, for the Attorney General's position. Potential aspirant, sir. Until tonight, sir, he had my vote, sir, if I had a choice. Until tonight. Unfortunately, sir, but he has several opportunities. He has several opportunities, sir, to reclaim. He has several opportunities, sir. I don't judge yes, you can't judge a bad thing by one inning. Sir, he made a statement that the reason why, sir, that we should not have unlimited liability coverage, and I'll come to that whole definition there. It was because small companies would not be able to operate, sir. So, sir, he's making a distinction. It's quite okay. And in other words, he's saying it's quite okay for a small little indigenous company to have an oil spill, and as my friend Vincent Henry said out to me, to destroy the environment for indigenous people because they're small. That is his reasoning why we can't have limited liability. Sir, and when I started off this rebuttal, sir, I was telling you that there's a different internet connection between this side of the house and that side of the house, sir. And I want to refer, I would like to refer to 2 articles, sir, because the last speaker, yes, I'm rambling. But anyway, don't let me worry with you. Sir, and I would like to quote, sir, from Reuters, 31st of May, 2018, and the Financial Times, sir. As of 2018, cleanup costs, charges, and penalties has cost BP for the Deepwater Horizon. It's 2018, sir. More than $65 billion US, sir. Sir, once again, sir, it's not Ramjatan making these numbers up. I know today that, sir, he is a favorite whipping boy of the PPP. Right? And I know, sir, that they will say that we can't do math, sir. This is Reuters and the Financial Times. But the honorable members, sir, using a different internet access point, has set out that it only costs $14 billion. And that was up to 2018, sir. No, of course not. I know they didn't educate. You could add, you could talk, you could think. Sir, and they also asked, sir, the honorable aspirant of AG, sir, also, he asked about the cost. And I just told you for Deepwater Horizon, sir. So where you get these costs from? Reuters, Financial Times. Sir, Exxon Valdez. I don't know, sir, the difference between Exxon Valdez, sir. That, sir, $59 billion, sir, the honorable member asked the question. He said, if I have the information, please provide it. That was his exact words. I am providing it, sir. You asked for it, sir. We have it, sir. Right? On the internet, sir, at ACCC, it's free. Sir, the honorable member also said that my motion is fair mongering. I took my time to explain and go down step by step that we should not only be ensuring against the most obvious, which is the cleanup of oil spill. I said that I made it quite clear, sir, that after an oil spill, there's residual damage which can last, and I quote again myself, months, years, or decades. Sir, and that is where the question, sir, of unlimited liability comes in, sir. Sir, insurance, a limited insurance company, sir, that just addresses the immediate peril. The object of insurance is to get the insured back to a position he was prior to peril, sir. So cleaning up the oil spill, sir, would not get the Guyanese people back to the position prior to the spill, to the peril. And that is the definition of insurance for all of you there. Yes, honorable member, I do a lot of work for insurance companies. And that is why, sir, the request has been forwarded, because some of these damages are not immediately apparent. And therefore, and obviously, what is asked for is that you can, the largest, the highest amount available, as I said in my motion, insurance coverage you can get locally, because of course, the local content law and everything like that is $2.5 billion. Over and above that, sir, somebody is responsible. And that is why, sir, we're saying that we need the commitment from the parent companies to, in the event that they exceed the $2.5 billion, that they will stand and the expenses and the obligations. Sir, that is all. That is all, sir. And then, sir, I'm wrapping up, but I still have some gems. And sir, this once again is the honorable aspirant of the AG, sir. Why do we need an independence analysis, sir? He looked at the whereas clause and made a jovially said, why do you need independent baseline analysis? Sir, just because of future perils, sir. Just because the exact same thing as I said, sir, you want to return the country and all the affected inhabitants to where they were before the peril. And you want to restore them to what they had before, in the unfortunate event of an oil spill or any oil-related, petroleum-related risk. Sir, but if you don't know what you have now, you can't know where you're losing. So therefore, all we were saying is, sir, and I'm coming to that, sir. I'm coming to that, sir. I am coming to that, sir, because, sir, you still have an opportunity. You're a cricketer fan. You don't make you can't. Yes, take my, sir, you know me. I won't judge you by one innings. You failed this one there, sir, but I know that you make a glorious 100. the next time you come and put your current AG under threat once again. Sir, right, that is why, and we said that we want the independent study. We will like the independent study, sir, and we want you to lay it here in the Parliament, the Committee of Natural Resources. So, sir, so should there be a peril in marijuana, Itabo, St. John's, they can say, listen to me, this is what we have lost. We've done the environmental studies, we've done the assessment, and this is what we've lost. So there will be no disputation. And the questions of what is legitimate and reasonable would not, sir, be an issue. And then, sir, finally, sir, last two issues. How can you calculate unlimited liability? Sir, I want to refer the House, sir, to the settlement that was supposed to be Philip Morris, tobacco, the four major tobacco companies, sir. They were able to come up with a figure, not only for past damages of cigarette poor, present and the future. And they have a rider, sir. So you can do it. You can do it, sir. You can, no, there was a settlement. It was damages. You asked how you can damages, how you can calculate it, sir. So I'm just telling you that. Sir, and then the last speaker, not at all. It doesn't give anything right. Not even your own manifesto. Not even your means. So the last speaker said he made a claim, sir, that the BP, Exxon, Repsol, Tullow are world class. And they are, sir, world leaders. Sir, but every one of these world class companies were part of the worst oil spills in the last 15 years. So, sir, being world class doesn't insulate you from the risk of an oil spill. So we are fortunate to have them, but we have to ensure and protect our environment and for now and in the future. And that is the reason why we're bringing this bill. So, sir, our record, sir, and I rest and I commend this motion to you, sir, with these words that APNU AFC has made and laid our marker in the sand. Those who feel it's trash, those who feel it is fear-mongering, those who feel it's anti-developmental, soon, maybe at some time, sir, the world and the country will have to judge them by their words and actions. Sir, with those few words, sir, I commend this motion to the House.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, that concludes the debate on the motion moved by the Honorable Member. Honorable Members, I now put the question. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, say no. The noes have it.
No.
The noes have it. The motion has been defeated. Honorable members, just give me one moment to find Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, this is in connection with the
Right now,
suspension of the
we are
member.
supposed to be at government business.
Government business.
Government business. Clerk,
Government business.
Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance. We have to. I'm actually checking.
I got cut off. Mr. Mr. Speaker, I'm being muted all the time. I was cut off. We got our connection cut off and I couldn't hear you. And when I got on, I couldn't get to speak. So I'm not sure if you were calling on me or something else.
Just to let you know that the last presenter spoke about different internets, and apparently I probably have a different internet because I went on the blink too. We are at government business, Honorable Minister. My apologies for the internet.
Well, then the issue of the bills have to be presented and the ministers have to respond.
So we're now at government business, second reading, Industrial Hemp Bill 2022, Bill number 10 of 2022, published on the 17th of May, 2022. And this bill is in the name of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the bill be deferred to the next sitting.
Thank you. The Mental Health Protection and Promotion Bill 2022, Bill number 7 of 2022, published on the 8th of April 2022. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you,
of
Mr.
Health.
Speaker. I ask that the bill be deferred.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Mr. Clerk.
Committee's business.
Honorable members, we are now at the adoption of the report of the Parliamentary Sessional Select Committee of Privileges. Honorable Minister of Parliamentary
Could I, on a
Affairs
matter of,
and Governance and the Government Chief Whip, Honorable
on a
Member
point of order,
Mr.
Your Honor, in relation to.
Kamraj Ramjitan.
Yes, I had earlier attempted, but you said you're just laying it. It's in accordance with Standing Orders 104, reports from committees. 104.4 indicates a report or special report, together with the minutes of any evidence taken before the committee, shall be presented to the Assembly by the chairperson or the member deputed. Mr. Speaker, in relation to this report on the Privileges Committee, this aspect seems clearly to be a deficit. There were no minutes of any evidence taken before the committee, which is attached here. What we have, and I can clearly see it at 8 and page 5, is the committee's findings were based on video recordings, statements by staff of the parliament, eyewitness accounts, and all of that which they're indicating. But you know, in this report, unless I don't see any what you call video recordings attached or minutes. So I am making the point that before you could even go to debate it, it has a deficit that violates Standing Orders 104(4). And the other 26G Standing Order and 41(2).
The first one you quoted was 104.
104(4).
104.
All right, whatever it is. And the 26G and 41(2). But this shouldn't move further because of
26G.
the fact that there has been court actions filed. And in keeping with your ruling, I do not need to go back to all your rulings, Mr. Speaker, but you have made it quite clear in 2 that indeed, once in a court of law, it becomes sub judice. Flaring motion, and I think the Henry Boyce motion, there was no order, as it were, in the Henry Boyce matter, nor in the flaring, and so once in court, you cannot. And the sub judice rule, as indicated by you in 2 very comprehensive rulings, would indicate that there is a sub judice matter which we should not even move forward with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan, for that intervention. Honorable members, with respect to the observation of the Honorable Member regarding the report, we had a committee, we circulated the draft report that was adopted, and as far as I remember seeing, all the documents available for that particular committee were provided. I now move to the second observation made by the Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan. And this deals with him calling for consistency with respect to my previous rulings. Honorable members, I'm not a wise man, but over my many, many years, I've become an experienced man. And I have not only learned, but by experience, I do subscribe to the comment that experience teaches wisdom. We've had 2 rulings on the issue of sub judice. And the first one, I ruled that charges had been laid. On the second one, it was not only a filing, but the matter was assigned to a judge. I have the records of May 21st, which indicate that it was not only a filing, but had gone a further way towards fixing dates for hearings, etc. But in all of that, I do have, as I've said on many occasions, the services of one of the most experienced clerks in the Commonwealth. And I do confess also that our research department has an enormous ability to provide information to the speaker. And many times when I make a ruling, it's out of experience, information, sound advice, and advice also of counsel. And I remember the previous leader of the opposition at one time during my ruling saying that the speaker pulls up precedents from 200 years ago and so forth. Well, in that same vein, I'll quote a few examples to justify how I am about to rule. In the UK, it says that in civil matters, proceedings are active when arrangements for hearing, such as setting down a case for trial, have been made, and until proceedings are ended by judgment or discontinuance. In New Zealand, they recognize in Standing Order 111 that we must have regard to the comity between Parliament and the courts. And I raise that because Article 165(1) of the Constitution gives the Parliament the power to make its own rules. And so this principle of the Constitution principles apply. I went to Kenya, and Kenya's Standing Order 89 of its National Assembly provides for the sub judice rule as follows. And it says, 1, no member shall refer to any particular matter which is sub judice or which by the operation of any written law is secret. A matter shall be considered to be sub judice when it refers to active criminal or civil proceedings, and the discussion of such matter is likely to prejudice its unfair determination. I'll skip the rest and I'll go to C. And it says here that civil proceedings shall be deemed to be active when arrangements for hearings, such as setting down a case for trial, have been made on and until the proceedings are ended by judgment of discontinuance. And as the Attorney General said, the law is a living thing. And I've learned a lot from our lawyers here. And even as we speak, there continues to be review of this sub judice rule. So for me, my rulings have been very consistent with the practices across other Commonwealth jurisdictions. And in this case, we were presented with a filing yesterday afternoon, a filing, and not as the previous flaring resolution where a judge was assigned on May the 21st, and my ruling was on June the 10th. And my ruling was June the 10th. But in all of this, throughout all the jurisdiction, It comes down to, in the end also, the discretion of the speaker. And I'm happy to say in this case, my discretion is founded in constitution, in convention, and in Commonwealth practices. And so while I've listened to the Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan, I now would have to disagree with him and ask that we proceed with the matter before us.
Sir, are you going to, I find it is a distinction without a difference, absolutely. And this, once a matter, and I am a lawyer of some experience, even if I am not wise, it is important to understand that once it is filed, it engages the court and it becomes very much active and alive. So it is not as if the precedents set, and even in this house, the precedents were set in relation to other matters in which you cannot, a charge is brought before the court and the matter comes before the court and then becomes active. The man has not been convicted or acquitted yet. But once the charge is brought and you bring it into the court, it becomes active.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
Sir, you know,
And
this thing
thank you
is,
very much. I have cited, and you're free to go do the research as I have done on several occasions. But I want to admire the ingenuity of some of the persons who have a contrary view. And in fact, when the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, quoted from my speech on the 10th of June, he added, I said, all matters sub judice. Before my hands, I haven't seen that in the verbatim. And I've just seen the Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan, also make some references which I am very honored by, but which I can't accept your platitudes. Honorable members, we will now proceed with the matter before us, and I call on the Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As a member of the Privilege Committee, I hereby, on behalf of the Speaker, who cannot present a motion and debate a motion in the House, I am the person who, as a member of the Committee of Privileges, will move the motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Parliamentary Sessional Select Committee of Privileges be adopted. Mr. Speaker, the matter relates to, and the report relates to, and is consumed by one issue alone, and that is the sitting of December 29th, 2021. Mr. Speaker, the Privilege Committee met on 5 occasions. A motion had been brought to the House by me, and an extension was sought by the committee, which I took to the House and which the House gave us. But Mr. Speaker, when we went through the various information that we knew, and we can't pretend in this House, all of us in this House tonight were present on December 29th, except one person, that is Mr. Norton. He was not a member of the House at the time, and he's the only one who is the exception. Everyone else in the House now tonight was in the House on December 29th, 2021. We were all witnesses to what happened. The committee recognized and went through all the various arguments with regard to what were positions raised by members of the opposition who attended 3 of the 5 meetings. They did not attend the last 2 meetings. But the issue is of such great magnitude that what transpired on December 29th will go down in the history of our Parliament as one of the worst images and reflection of the integrity and behavior of our elected officials in the National Assembly. This level of collective vulgarity by the members on the opposition side in the APNU AFC, in this case, cannot be treated lightly. The committee went through discussions and decided that it would ask the members, the 8 members who were named, to show cause why disciplinary action should not be taken against them. They all denied. The problem was that we were all members of the House. We all witnessed. Every member of the House cannot say that they did not see what they saw and what was captured on video and on audio that day by not only the official media of the government, but the private media, social media, and other persons who had their cameras in the House. The committee went through, drafted, did a redraft. The redraft was circulated to all members and that finally adopted. The committee felt that it could not condone such behavior, that this, if it did not do something, it would allow for future events that could be worse than what happened on December 29th, that this was a terrible reflection of the National Assembly of Guyana. It was a terrible example to the younger generation. And this was one that we had to, as a committee, take seriously and to make a decision. The sad thing about it, Mr. Speaker, and I speak personally here, and that is that the 8 members who were named in the motion and examined by the committee, I don't think any suspension order would have been coming here today if anyone had been contrite, if any of the members, 8 members, had been contrite, apologized for their behavior. But the 8 persons held a position that they did nothing wrong, nothing happened, and that therefore might was right. And they did not have to account to anybody, not the Privilege Committee, not the National Assembly, and not the people of our country. This event, Mr. Speaker, on December 29th, endangered the lives of people in the Parliament, the members of Parliament, the staff of Parliament. It damaged government property and a very important symbol of our assembly, and that is the mace. And it wasn't done by people running off the road and behaving wild. It was done in an orchestrated, organized, choreographed manner by the members with their whistles and all the noisemakers that they brought. And this was all done by elected members of the House. And this is what makes it so reprehensible. The behavior also threatened the Speaker, the authority of the Speaker, and the authority of the National Assembly. And therefore, Mr. Speaker and members of the House, I ask you to look at page 6 of the recommendation of the committee, section 9.1, which makes it clear that the committee made the following decisions and are making these recommendations now to the House with a view that they be adopted. That the following members who attempted to prevent the second and third readings of the Natural Resources Fund Bill number 20 of 2021 and had conducted themselves in a gross, disorderly, contumacious, and disrespectful manner, and repeatedly ignoring the authority of the Assembly and that of the Speaker, and thereby committing contempt and breaches of privileges for 4 consecutive sittings of the National Assembly. The 4 members are Mr. Christopher Jones, MP, Mr. Ganesh Maipal, MP, Mr. Sherrod Duncan, MP, and Mrs. Natasha Singh Lewis, MP. Therefore, the suspension for 4 consecutive sittings. 90.1B. The following members who attempted to prevent the second and third readings of the Natural Resources Fund Bill number 20 of 2021, and it goes on to use the same language as 90.1A. The committee concurred that the members had committed serious violations which were severe and egregious by unauthorizedly removing the parliamentary mace from its rightful position in a disorderly fashion, causing damage to the mace, injuring and assaulting a member of staff of the Parliament office while attempting to remove the mace from the chamber for 6 consecutive sittings of the National Assembly. These persons are Ms. Annette Ferguson, MP, 6 consecutive sittings, Mr. Vince Roy Jordan, MP, 6 consecutive sittings. C begins again, just like the other 2, with the same preamble, that the following member who attempted to prevent the second and third reading of the Natural Resource Fund Bill number 20 of 2021 had conducted herself in a gross disorderly and disrespectful manner and repeatedly ignored the authority of the Assembly and that of the Speaker, thereby committing contempt and breaches of privilege. The committee also concurred that our violations were severe and egregious with regard to unauthorizedly entering the communication control room of the Arthur Chung Conference Center and destroying several pieces of audiovisual equipment being public property for 6 consecutive meetings of the National Assembly. That is Mrs. Tabitha Sarabo Haley, MP. The following member who attempted to prevent the second and third readings of the Natural Resource Fund Bill number 20 of 2021 and had conducted herself in a gross disorderly, contumacious, and disrespectful manner, repeatedly ignored the authority of the Assembly and that of the Speaker, thereby committing contempt and breaches of privileges. The committee concurred that in her violations were severe and egregious, whereby the member verbally assaulted a staff of the Parliament office within the precincts of the National Assembly for 6 consecutive meetings of the National Assembly. Ms. Maureen Philadelphia, MP, 6 consecutive sittings. The Parliamentary Sessional Select Committee of Privileges wishes to draw members' attention to Standing Order 47, which speaks to order in the Assembly and in the committee. We therefore, in the Parliamentary Sessional Select Committee of Privileges of the 12th Parliament, now therefore submits its report and motion for consideration and adoption by the National Assembly, signed by Mr. Manzoor Nadir, Speaker of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I am sure there will be many speakers on this motion, but I think it would be remiss of me not to personally say, for whatever it's worth, and it may be made fun of later on by the other speakers, and for whatever it's worth, Mr. Speaker, and maybe it doesn't even need to be said, but I will say it for the future. At this point, Mr. Speaker and members of the House, I'm the longest serving member of Parliament right now, from 1992 October to now. I have never witnessed any behavior like this as I saw on December 29th, 2021. I used to also come and sit in this house from 1977 to 1992. I sat in the house many times, sitting behind the opposition seats, which were filled by Dr. Chetty Jagan, Janet Jagan, Boise Ramkaran, Ishaq Bashir, a number of other people, Mr. Nokta, Mr. Collymore, and I've never seen such behavior and mayhem and gross disrespect for the Speaker and the National Assembly. And I say this to just to try to explain, as younger MPs in this National Assembly, particularly those who are coming from the APNU AFC, your political career depends on your integrity and your behavior and how you carry yourselves as leaders. If you want to last as long as I have in the House, maybe you may want to take some advice. But maybe if you feel you don't need it, but that as a member of parliament, as a parliamentarian, I am proud to have served my country as an elected member. And I'm proud as a member of parliament to have carried myself and behaved in this parliament with dignity, even in the worst debates, even in the worst debates and the angriest debates, the worst situations. And therefore, December 29th was totally uncalled for, unnecessary, and that it revealed a level of disrespect for everything that we have in our assembly. Our symbol, our speaker, the actual assembly, the staff of the parliament, and each other's MPs. And therefore, I solidly and totally support the suspension of the 8 members. And I hope they will take it seriously and not be caught up in grandstanding in a court of action where the parliament and the judiciary are separated. But I hope that you will not see this as just another battle to win, but to sit and think quietly. Was it all worth it? What badge of honor have you got out of this behavior? And what example have you given to the Guyanese people and to the Guyanese young people and the children who saw that day? So, Mr. Speaker, I totally support the recommendations of the committee of which I was a part of which you chaired, and I want to ask the members of the opposition to please accept the recommendations with dignity and remorse, and let's get on with the business of this House. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now call on the Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Member, Mr. Lennox Schumer.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to lay my views before this honorable House. I could go on and on and drawing from a variety of sources, of which none of them greater than the Buddha, who speaks about the yin and yang, the balance of society. Parliaments across the world have developed a variety of instruments. Some called the standing orders, some called the constitution, some of them common law, and a variety of things that stands to maintain that balance. In society, we look at the law as part of that balancing mechanism. We expect that our citizens will conduct themselves in a manner that is befitting what we call civil society or civilization per se. And I will share something with this honorable House. I'm quite disappointed that my opposition colleagues are not here, at least to draw, if not an iota of what I have to say, and maybe consider it. When the explorers first landed on these shores, they saw indigenous peoples and they termed them as uncivilized. But yet, and my honorable colleague across the hall there, Dr. Frank Anthony, at the recent launch of the Archaeology of Guyana, stated that the Berbice Mounds dated 6,000 BC. And that in itself speaks of a civilization that existed here before conquest, before explorers even got their feet on this soil. And I say that to offer the lesson to my colleagues who are absent, that they should draw from the long, rich, sometimes undocumented history of what civilization speaks to, not only within this parliament, but within this country. We expect our citizens, the people that we are to be leaders of, to conduct themselves in a law-abiding manner, but yet we display the vulgarity that is unbecoming of these hallowed halls. The modus operandi of my colleagues, and I say my colleagues because we sit on this side. I don't think that anyone would have any disagreement per se that we don't share the same ideology. But what transpired in 2020, one would have hoped that they would have parted ways with that they would have found maybe a different level, elevated themselves, and say that we've been caught red-handedly, and it is time that we literally lift ourselves and in turn lift our people to a new level, to take the moral high ground, if there is such a thing. And to my dismay, what I have seen has not materialized in this house. Correction, what I had thought would have materialized has not materialized. There has been no moral high ground. And what I'm extremely disappointed in, I remember sitting in the chair of the speaker this very night when the Honorable Amanzo Walton Desir stood in this very same position and spoke about stifling debate. Well, Mr. Speaker, there are more ways than one to stifle debate. And what they did that night was exactly what stifling debate was about. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because I was also lined up to speak on the very bill. And it denied me my right as a sitting member of this House to represent the people that voted for me and to share those views with this House, whether considered or not. It is my sincere hope that after we would have gone through this process, that my colleagues would lift themselves up, pick themselves up, and think like our honorable colleague Gail Teixeira said, that we all have to think about the politicians that we want to be, the kind of leaders that we want to be, if we think of ourselves as leaders. Mr. Speaker, I remember standing in this very house also, and it was a budget debate, and I asked a question about what many people quote the Bible. What happens to people when the leader is visionless? And I asked also the question, what happens to a people when they have no leader? And what I would have seen, Mr. Speaker, is exactly the outcome of those two questions. It is disheartening to have to stand here in this House to be part of that supportive structure that is meant to bring order here. We have standing orders and I stand behind them. I will not say that they're perfect because I myself would see many places where I conflict with the standing orders. However, they're built within the confines of a structure that we all of us in this House, subscribe to the minute we took our oath. Mr. Speaker, I will say unequivocally that I support this motion, and I hope that all of the members in this House and whatever future house comes after us, future membership comes after us, that they draw from this and take the positive from it, that we as parliamentarians cannot and should not condone behaviors of such. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Leader. I now call on the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Mahabir Anil Nandlal.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, mindful of the hour, I will be as brief as I possibly can. Mr. Speaker, first of all, for the record, I support the motion. I had the privilege of being part of the Privileges Committee. And obviously, the report, I am part of the report. But, Mr. Speaker, the matter is already in the court. And I suspect, rather, I have no doubt that the record of tonight's proceedings will become part of those court proceedings. And I wanted to speak quickly to put on the record certain matters that should be there. Sir, the first thing that we have to establish and put on the record is that we have in Guyana a constitutional democracy where the Constitution is supreme. That Constitution is built upon the doctrine of separation of powers, and that doctrine divides constitutional responsibility mainly into three organs: the Parliament, the judiciary, and the executive. Each of these institutions have certain core functions to perform. For example, in the executive lies the financial affairs of the state, matters of security, and that is why when the chief executive officer of the land makes an executive decision in relation to security, the court ought to defer, because there's a matter of executive policy. The executive is answerable to the constituency for that domain of affairs. And that matter is before the court. Parliament, as empowered by the Constitution, has the power to regulate its own affairs. Among the affairs that Parliament is to regulate is the discipline of members, the conduct of members in the Assembly, the process of the Assembly itself, and the protection of the integrity of that process. Those are intrinsically, inherently, and innately parliamentary functions. When the Parliament exercises its powers to discipline its officers, those are innately and intrinsically parliamentary functions. So if another agency or organ of the state wants to be part of those functions, it is that other agency that has to be careful that it will not trespass upon the province or Parliament. So, transposing that principle to the case at hand, Parliament, in the exercise of its inherent, express, and authorized constitutional power, is proceeding to discipline members of Parliament who the Parliament established the requisite and authorized agency to carry out that function, That function was carried out in accordance with the standing orders of the Parliament, and the Parliament is now proceeding to complete that parliamentary function. Proceedings have been filed in another arm, the judiciary, that seeks to challenge what Parliament is seeking to do. Now, right there, there is an apparent conflict because this is a parliamentary function. And it is my respectful submission, sir, that in this particular situation, it is the judiciary that must exercise vigilance, circumspection, caution, and care that it does not exceed and trespass into the provincial responsibility of this Parliament. It's not the other way around. That brings me to the two motions to which reference has been made. One related to discussing the killing of the Henry boys and the other person who was killed. Now, that is a matter that transgresses the criminal laws of our country. The agency in the separation of powers endowed with the jurisdictional power and responsibility to deal with that matter is the judiciary. Charges are to be instituted by the police, and that matter is to go before the court. It becomes an intrinsically, inherently judicial matter. Flaring. The gravamen of the contention in the flaring motion was that the flaring motion was going to violate the laws, the flaring, the activity, which is the subject of the motion, was going to violate our environmental law and our constitutional ethos. And the motion itself cites certain parts of that. Now, and the issue was whether flaring would be environmentally hazardous, having regard to the laws. That makes it, again, a question for the judiciary. And if this court, if this Parliament is going to deal with a matter that is already in the judiciary, then this Parliament must be vigilant. And Mr. Speaker, it is against that backdrop, because constitutionally there must be some intersection for there to be civilized conduct in the three arms of government. So executive sit in this house. I am a member of the executive, but I sit in this legislature because they are agreed grounds for intersection. Out of that was birthed the sub judice principle, where there is a certain cutoff point. Both sides have to draw their lines. So if we don't have that cutoff line and that understanding, and the sub judice rule is to be applied as rigidly as Mr. Ramjatan, for example, would like us to apply it, even in a purely judicial matter, and I want to distinguish this again, this is a parliamentary matter, then anytime any matter of Parliament is put on the order paper, someone can merely file a proceedings in the court, irrespective of how specious and frivolous it is, and the mere filing of that matter will halt the business of Parliament. Now, common sense would tell you that that cannot be right. That can't be grounded in rationality and in principle. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, the Parliament has evolved the rules and flesh them out properly. And Your Honor made fleeting reference to it. I want to just read it a little more into the record. And it is in recognition of that very principle that the court and court proceedings cannot be allowed to frustrate the business of Parliament, that Parliament and the courts have together agreed on how they will approach the situation. And Parliament, Mr. Speaker, we are following the House of May's or Skin May parliamentary practice. And we must always recognize that in England there are two houses, the House of Commons and the House of Lords. The House of Lords, until recently, used to be the highest court in England. And therefore, this resolution of that principle involved both the House of Commons and the most preeminent gathering of judges in England, the House of Lords. And they came up with this resolution. And they said in it that it applies to debates in both houses because the same rules they wish to apply. So they went in depth into the different type of proceedings. They dealt with first criminal proceedings. And it says this, remember our standing order speaks to a matter under adjudication. And they are now defining what a matter under adjudication means. So they say in relation to criminal proceedings are active when a charge has been made or a summons to appear has been issued or a warrant to cite has been granted. A charge has been instituted, a warrant issued, or a summons issued. In the Henry Boy case, there was a charge. So you are perfectly in order when you disallow that motion. Let's go to civil proceedings. Civil proceedings are active when arrangements for the hearing, such as setting down a case for trial, have been made. And that lasts until the proceedings are ended by judgment or discontinuance. So, Mr. Speaker, the proceedings are active when arrangements are made for hearing, such as setting down a case for trial, have been made. And that lasts until judgment or discontinuance of the matter. Mr. Speaker, I have the proceedings here. We are, given our normal, conventional standard of process and time, we are nearly 2 months away from this matter even being set down before a judge. And we are far away from trial. That is what I'm reading verbatim. In the case, in the flaring matter, Your Honor, in that matter, the matter was filed a couple of months before and was already assigned to a judge for hearing. This matter was filed on the 20th day of July, 2022. And if we are to go with what is on the record, it has simply been filed at the registry. It has not gone from the registrar to a judge. And when it goes to the judge, there's another process. It has to be entered in the judge's record. Then the judge's name is imprinted. Then it is served on the other side. This was served upon its issue at the registry. So this is far away from the factual scenario contemplated by the sub judice rule as explained in Erskine May. So, Mr. Speaker, I conclude by saying that your ruling is well-grounded, well-founded in law, and it is the judiciary that should be vigilant in ensuring that it does not trespass upon the province of the legislature. In this case, it's not the other way around. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I see no other persons wishing to contribute to this debate. So I now put the motion as proposed by the Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance, that the recommendations of the report be adopted, but maybe the Honorable Minister will want to put it herself. And then I put a question.
Mr. Speaker, I think you did it very well. But if you so desire, I therefore call that the motion and the report be adopted by this National Assembly at this hour after 1 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I now put the question that the report and the recommendation be adopted by the National Assembly. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. The report and the motion is adopted. Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I wish to call for the adjournment of this sitting, and the next sitting will be on August the 8th. Monday, August the 8th will be the next sitting. So thank you, sir, and we'll adjourn to that date.
Honorable members, the House is now adjourned to Monday, August the 8th. Have a good morning.
Thank you, sir.